Okay, I'm starting the recording of my screen. So we are going to. I'm gonna do one, two, three, clap. And you just clap when I clap, and then we'll be good. Okay.
All right.
So one, two, three. There we go. And we'll do it again.
All right.
One, two, three. There we go. Okay.
All right. Cool.
Use the second one. I jumped the gun slightly on my clap
All right.
for the first.
Super fair. Super
Okay.
fair.
So go for it.
All right. So, we take a tale away from Mitsudai lands, away from the time of even Daisuisen. This is before the birth of that mysterious man. This focuses today on two siblings separated by fate and mutual, at times, betrayal. We follow one of them, the man who lives currently within his woods, alone for the most part, wandering outside of his house after yet another, well, boring day. The days seem to grind together in this place as he moves on out, gazing around and finding his way forward. He continues his walk, moving across this tree covered forest, strange and almost folding out as he travels. The many seasons that lay in this place have a multitude of different energies about them, different yokai who live, different feelings. And because of that, Kato feels like today he wants to go out on a walk. This interior of his home had grown far too tiresome. And with that, he keeps going, moving across the woods, staying within the lands of summer as he moves all the way out to a lake. Simple, nice one within this bamboo forest. As he moves, his thoughts once more ponder. He is, as always, mourning to a certain degree, his heart wandering as he reflects a bit on the life that he once had, the love that he once had. This is a normal affair for Kato. As he moves to the rock, sits down, and reflects on the water, leaning forward as he almost releases a little bit of a sigh. And as he releases that sigh, there is something. There is something somewhere sitting across the way, looking at him, leaning over the rock, the cliffy face above him, and he can swear that expression no, 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 this isn't right, this can't be, no, no, no. He immediately shoves down his grief as it is overcome with annoyance as he stares across. His sister is in front of him today.
Still trapped, I see. She moves over this way. Oh, within the prison of prisons. Float, float, float. She travels, almost gliding over top of the ground, this vague and almost heat mirage like shape, moving closer, individual colors flittering and dancing around her. She moves across the ground, and as she does, every individual bit, every drop of water alights as if it were dyed with ink. She moves immediately in front of her dear brother.
What is this? He stands up and he kind of seems pouty. He's like, this is how did you get in here?
Oh, but I erected this prison around you. The trees are mine, and so is the soil. And, oh, what interesting stories they tell about you. Still trapped, I see. You could have snuck your way out of here years ago. But it seems your head is as full of fluff as your tails. She moves over and starts to fuss with him.
She he kind of like shifts his head a bit to the side and up to the air as his tails glimmer and shuffle around in the light, their vibrant whiteness almost reflecting the sun, as he holds one and kind of massages it. Well, I'm glad you appreciate how fluffy my tail is. But I'm not quite sure if that compliment is supposed to apply to my thoughts as well. Don't you love your fluffy little brother?
She thinks pretty deeply on that, looking at him, looking back at the water. Love, what a strange thing. I thought you capitalized all love in the area. Or did they carve that successfully away enough from you to distribute it to banished gods such as myself?
No, nay, I simply hoped that I would have some compassion to push over you. If you had an ounce of love in your heart, perhaps I could use it to make you leave. I assure you, this domain is... he kind of checks over and looks down at you, and it's like, oh, what's the matter?
You look down as her form dissipates slightly, that measure of oh so much love in her heart, illustrated in a moment by this sort of serpentine core spirit that spreads itself out throughout the clearing. Oh, a measure of love in my heart. She reforms, taking a stupefied expression by the chin and tilting it up towards her. I believe you spent years trying to measure such things, trying to draw a drop of compassion from what exists within me is such a waste of time. I believe you'd given up. In 500 years, have you regained hope?
Gaining hope, you say? I suppose. All I really have to live for is my hope. So yes, why not just try again?
Oh, but the story the trees sing of you.
What story?
She moves over and passes through the bamboo and gestures to the water out in front of her. Oh, one of grief, spilling entire lakes worth of tears.
Hope is a sad thing. You don't get it.
Please elucidate me. I'm curious what stir-crazy ramblings you've come to during your isolation.
He steps on into the lake, his cloaks and furs just kind of drifting on the water, as Shigen kind of almost floats about as he just kind of walks straight down into it. As he looks up, his hair wet, as he kind of just checks across, torso above the water still. Where does hope exist? Tell me, where do you think?
She thinks about that for a second.
Where is the most hope able to grow?
Naturally. Hope grows in the fields, it grows in the outdoors, and it grows in a good meal. Hope does not exist within the hearts of men. No, no, no. Hope exists in material sustenance first and foremost. That which grows all around, that grants us hope. There is no hope in a desert, even if you bring a train of men through.
Oh, he kind of thinks about that, and then he, but I would disagree. For you see, hope. May I go to the store to buy hope? Can I buy hope for about 450 coins? Or is it cheaper or more expensive? I'm afraid I don't know the quantity of hope in terms of market share. No, no, no. Hope is not in the physical things of this world. You cannot buy hope grain. He kind of like shifts his head to the side. In fact, hope only exists in the hearts of men. It is quite simple. Those who seek hope in times of tragedy. Hope is a sort of medicine for dark times and many tears.
I see you haven't given up your whole hearts of men thing. You know that isn't a universal solution to all the world's aches.
Well, of course not. I wouldn't say that. If it was, I wouldn't be in a forest right now.
Oh, yes, no, but that's where you find power. That's where you find hope. That's where you find identity, and that's where you find your existence.
Yes.
To a creature such as you, the heart is all there is.
It's all we must live for. There are other problems, but none so important.
Is the outside world outside the heart merely a problem, then?
He kind of considers for a moment. Well, I suppose you find love in things, so it all depends. We find joy in these wonderful fields unless we're stuck in them.
What an oddity. What a change. 500 years ago, you would have answered that the world is indeed a problem on the outside.
He kind of considers, I suppose. But some things require perspective.
And what perspective have you gained from staring into a puddle of your own tears?
He kind of considers that a little bit. I was not quite a kind person. That's a bit of perspective.
Oh, you value kindness now, first and foremost.
I suppose so. Well, he kind of considers kindness. I value not causing harm, I suppose.
So, your forced relocation has taught you to be humble and kind. I believe those Rausian gods. I believe those Rausian gods have thoroughly gotten to you. You've lost your fangs, brother.
He kind of touches his fangs a little self-consciously. They're right.
Don't you understand?
What about you? Have 500 years washed across you like waves upon a beach?
She moves, at the mention of waves upon a beach, she sinks herself partially into the water. Her entire body actually, rather than maintaining a shape, spreading throughout it. Every color of the rainbow dyeing the surface a different color. In many ways, I suppose they have. The tale of Kokuten has been told over and over and over again. My shape, what's been determined of me, has shifted throughout the years, but at the same time, I find my soul to be relatively unchanged. I retain my fangs for the gods of Rauji. Don't you understand the benefit that they gain from your kindness?
Yes, I am defanged. I'm a loyal little pup that stays in his cage. This is all something I know. He kind of considers a bit, and I am so aware of my status here. Yet, what is the point of bearing fangs when all it would do would... I'm afraid I am trapped. The ball lays behind a barrier I cannot break. I could sneak away and simply die upon a field. Any god could kill me now.
Her form shifts and spreads more mistily throughout the water, wrapping around him, and then she re-emerges from the water over here, like almost looming behind him. And this is why I say that hope exists within the fields. It exists within the natural places of the world, because you place hope within your heart, and you search, and you can't find it. She flutters around this way. Hope for the future, hope for a better Kato, and a hope for a better Rauji is not something that you can find within this forest, and it's certainly not something that you can find within your heart.
He just kind of like sits back. And what purpose do you come here for to tell me these things?
I
You
can't.
wish to dash the rest of my hope against a wall before running off laughing?
Indeed, I did come here to laugh at you. She smiles and moves up in this direction. But
Of course.
I found myself particularly entranced by the current shape of your soul. The way you exist now, you hang like dew on a fresh morning blade of grass. I'm curious if this will freeze over and turn to sheer despair, or if it'll merely burn away with the morning sun.
Well, I'm afraid I've gone through many morning suns, and not a single one has burned me away yet. And the winters seem not to freeze me.
She moves back over in this direction. In that case, why not embrace a future that exists outside the seasons? Why not push beyond this dome that exists to contain your measly form?
He kind of considers as he turns over. Yes, I suppose seasons are something of an eyesore to you now.
Her form shifts and changes again. I must confess, no small amount of frustration that you haven't tried to truly break out past my traps yet. She moves
Oh.
over in this direction. Imagine me coming back after 500 entire years, expecting you to have tried and failed, to have passed my various ensorcelments, and to find not even the first layer broken. I had so many wonderful trials set for you, yet you seem content to simply sit here and lick your wounds. What is a person to do? I put so much work into my labyrinth, why not run it?
Well, he considers the quandary for a bit as he sort of ruffles his hair to his side a bit. I suppose if there comes a time where I'm truly so bored, I could give it a shot. But they keep me busy, the yokai. I am something afoot to their leader at this point.
Of course, those that share your prison because they do not fit within the world at large either.
Yes?
She shakes her head slightly. And what of those rogue and errant emotions that slough from your body, like grains of sand? Those yokai you create, intentionally or not, to bear your ire upon the world. She floats back over.
Oh, hang on. Let me see if he knows what she's talking about. let me roll this 3d6 because Ballless Kato is a fucking weakling. Let's see. Plus in that, you know what? I think he turns over to the side and like, what are you talking about?
Oh, have you not? Oh, she floats back, honestly shocked. Have you seriously not heard a single word from the outside world?
Dear sister, does it seem like I get many visitors or much, forbid, mail in this place? In fact, you're the only visitor I've had in at least centuries.
She floats back over this way. I'm deciding if this cruelty is worth visiting on you.
He kind of looks upon this as... he kind of stands up a bit and moves out of the water a little as he kind of steps off and kind of shakes off the water a bit and then kind of sits back down on the stone, crosses his leg. Well, I suppose if you must, to know is a pain in its own right, but to not know will simply make me ravenous.
Well,
I suppose it depends on what you like more.
she thinks, I think I delight in hearing the sound of my own voice.
Ah, well, you can accomplish that with or without telling me. Try something a little more decisive, would you?
And I believe I like it when others listen to me.
Oh, a much harder task to accomplish, but perhaps your dear brother will lend his ears,
Wow.
as fluffy and floppy as they are.
In that case, I will elucidate the tale of Amori Village to you.
He plays with his hair and thinks, Amori Village. He thinks he's heard that name before. Why is this? And
Kokotan moves her way around and begins to narrate this tale. Well, Amori Village is an insignificant place, just a little speck in the eye of the gods. But its significance reached new heights when a rampaging spirit moved through the area, slaying its most noble guardian. For most, this beast was a great and terrible aberration, something that came from afar, a mysterious creature that existed, much like myself, to wrought simple vengeance upon the people there. But the truth of the tale is quite different after all, and the gods' eyes are far more discerning than the eyes of mortals. For once, the spin, the spoken word, and the truth exist all as one for this tale. Dear Kato, his grief so absolute, formed a creature of pure malice and rage. It rampaged through the countryside, horrendous miasma, poisoning everything it touched. Its slaughter was brought down on Amori village, bringing its guardian low. And then she flutters back. It's a cautionary tale more than anything. To not let the heart rampage. To not let emotion get away from us. It exists to warn people of the dangers of the heart.
What is this parable you've created? He stands up and kind of turns. That's a load of nonsense. You say the spin and the truth are the same.
I had no participation in this tale. In fact, I would not even remember this village's name were it not to directly factor in you.
He thinks about that, and oh my god, she's right. She wouldn't. Even centuries of differentiation make that apparent as he stops and his mouth kind of catches in that moment, and he's like, one such tale, but perhaps an aberration born of the separation of my power into the ball.
Perhaps. Are you one to err in such a way? Were you ever one to lose control of your heart? For once, it seems like you are... She floats back over. You seemed so sagacious earlier, willing to accept your own failings as a tyrant, and willing to embrace the properties of kindness. And yet you say it's the ball's fault. In that way, you pass blame onto the very gods that trapped you here, and maybe a bit onto your dear sister.
He can't counteract that in any way, because she's absolutely right. As he just kind of sits there and then kind of grips at his knee a little bit as he just sort of, very well. Suppose that I am to my very end a hypocrite. The sole part of my being that is born of love.
She, almost plays with the parasol in her hand. Have you gained a fondness for parasols yet?
No, I prefer the feel of rain upon my coat.
She balances it once more. I believe
he
you...
kind of say again.
I believe you called them dreadful things.
Absolutely dreadful.
The
day I have to use a parasol is the day I truly hate myself.
She spins the parasol in her hands. A parasol divides heaven and earth. Issues of the gods and issues of mortals. In Mitsudai, I've learned that a parasol exists to show both reverence and humanity. She plays with it and braces it against her own back. I'm unsure of where that rumor came from. But she looks over at you, Kato. Right now, I believe your godliness is stopping you from seeing the truth.
And the truth would be...
She throws an arm around him. Hair almost like waves, entangling him like a cocoon as she gestures all around. You search for too much within the hearts of men. Instead, open your ears, your eyes. Listen to the hymn of the world itself. Your rage, your emotion, your hatred, it spilled out and it overtook Amori village. This is not simply a matter of men, nor is it simply a matter of gods. If you're looking to allocate or place blame on the ball, your weakened source of power, or yourself, hypocrite that you are, you will find no such thing. You aim to open a single door when the entire world exists to create you exactly as you are. She flutters back, and in that way, you and the rest of the Raojin pantheon will never become true deities.
He thinks about that one as he almost reflects back and is just like, perhaps the life of a true deity is not what I seek
Her
He kind of
her eyes open. And she just looks at you. That is what threw her. Truly, this time has changed you.
he kind of holds himself there as he turns his head up and gazes up at her. I suppose it has in some ways. Though, you are right that it has made me weak. My fangs, they are dull. I could barely bite into the flesh of an normal animal crawling across the ground, yet alone bite away the neck of a god. Yet, he kind of, kind of leans forward a little bit. It may do me well to sharpen my fangs just a little bit.
That face splits into a big smile.
Does my dear sister come to assist her brother after all?
She flutters back. You ask for intention where there is none. I act nothing more.
Ah. He kind of considers. Then I suppose instead I should thank you for your impulsive desire.
She flutters over this way. Oh, and you've also learned gratitude over the past centuries.
I've learned much, after all. I've sacrificed so much in order to earn so little, yet I cherish it. Perhaps a little too much. He stands up. Well, it seems as though this lost fox has a lot of thinking to do. Perhaps another century of thinking, who knows?
She flutters over backwards. And I find you acting with a difficult amount of clarity. So, I will return to where I came from before you say something that utterly confounds me. She starts to move over in this direction, and
he kind of watches her go, yeah.
And like starts to shift away. Her impression of Kato is so different than the one that she used to know. Before, he was so proud and brazen. Now he has more the attitude of a monk. Like, someone who has thought deeply and longly about themselves and the world around. And Kokuten, though in the moment she has seemed to have struck a chord with the man, she knows, given another 5 or maybe even 10 minutes, Kato will probably say something that makes her want to grow an entire another ring of this forest.
Yeah. Yes, probably so. He watches her go, and similarly on that end, Kato considers for a moment, and he considers saying something. He thought of a few wonderful little pickups he found within the words that she spoke. But in this moment, he wonders if a few extra rings of a forest would be a little inconvenient. And for the first time in a couple centuries, he's felt the inkling of wanting to leave. And in his mind, he sort of reaches down and holds a bit of bark in his hand. And he kind of turns, "Sister."
Her over here, trying to sneak away? Yes.
"Do not worry. I am not going to ask you any sort of question that requires you using your brain." She kind of stands up, but may you simply grant me a beautiful smile before you leave?
She shifts over, and then that same expression shifts across her face. So wicked and full of cruelty.
There it is. He kind of nods and is like, "Excellent. Thank you so much. I'll keep that in my mind forever, I tell you that much." He holds the bark in his hand and kind of inspects it a little bit as he gazes across it, and then decides, it should do. Turns up a bit and looks at that smile again, and then he kind of like, he holds his hand to the bark, and sort of like a power radiates, and there are chips that start to fly off bit by bit as multiple just little indents form. and eventually the mask forms a vague shape. And from that point, paint begins to form from it. Everything continuing to build up together into this swarming mask of just a ton of different details. And he takes it, tosses it to the side, picks out another one, be a little more cool. He turns and then starts picking at it again, looks up at Kokuten, and goes back. And then, this time, he crafts the perfect mask for himself. After all, it's a mask that has such a wonderful appearance, one that will remind him on every moment what it means to want to escape here. Almost a laughing face that would remind him of every erring, lazy moment. Something to pass out to the yokai that might have a similar desire to leave this place. And he holds that mask to himself and then looks and then turns back over to Kokuten and is like, "Thank you. Please, make your departure before that pesky rat shows up. Or even worse, the sheep."
You mentioned the sheep, and her expression just goes back to like 100% neutral, like a.
Kato like, "Oh no, I think that's a ring."
Well, I will certainly depart before he arrives. The soil here is so loving, so kind. I'm sure everything will grow quickly.
Kato's just like, he stops, he turns, and is just like, sorry, I bounced away. Kato hears that and he goes, and he turns, it's like, I'm sorry, what, sister?
Perfect place to cut.
Yeah, 100%.
Can we please have them meet up now exactly where we are in 13th God? Request,
yes.
please.
Yes.
I want to show how far they've come.
Yeah. Oh god, we could do that. Absolutely. Do you want to just keep going on this recording?
Yeah.
Okay.
Put him somewhere in Feather's Landing.
Yeah, I'm turning over and I see the audience here and I'm like, oh, there's a lot of people here who don't know what's happening in 13th God right now.
You don't need to get into those big spoilers.
Okay.
You do wanna release this to the public, so
Yeah, absolutely.
Kato doesn't need to tell her everything. After all, she's still Kokuten.
Listen, I killed the squid god yesterday.
I'm
playing.
I soloed him. It was easy.
Nah, it's okay. I'll grab. In which case,
also full permission for to spoil anything show related. It like
oh sure.
Yeah, go for
it.
it.
No, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I think I know what I'm happy with spoiling and what I'm not happy with spoiling. But let's go to Feather's Landing. I'm just gonna put you back to the title screen really quick as I go and archive the ARM 5 maps really quick. Keep this recording going and I'll just cut.
And now I need to figure out like a post/mid Daisuisen Kokuten, which will be that's gonna be fun because this is like decades later.
Yeah. Post what you think is going to happen in first session, and anything else can
post whatever okay. Yeah, like post whatever happened to Kokuten over the last few centuries too.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So it'll be closer to the Kokuten we saw in Indigo. Which will be fun. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah. Oh, this was a good map that I didn't really get to use much because so I'll pop this one. Let's see. Here. There we go. This will be a good one. I'm going to drop Kokuten here and also Kato. Let me just pop back and... Alright. This map, I think I need to increase the size of a little bit. Yes, I do.
You gotta make it big for the big fox.
Yeah, big fox, and I also gotta
make
big
Kokuten.
Not tiny. Okay. Some little 13 God sneak peeks, but I'm shoving out a map that I think is not spoilery, so that's fun. Okay, so, let me grab this. Oh, and I wonder if I think I might even have a track for this one, though.
Oh.
So let's see. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So, centuries later, at a further point along, we follow a man taking a moment to escape just ah this busy ass place. A lot on his mind, he wanders his way forward, moving across, having split away from everyone as he moves back to the beach.
Oh, yeah, this is a very nice map.
Yeah. He steps along this slight little path, moving across, his feet pressing against the sand as he almost kicks it across, looking out at the waves of this place. This Feather's Landing. So this must have been the place where all of the Raojin who met the foreigners went. It was something that got in his mind a lot. He quietly was watching, looking at this place, traveling around, making himself less known. And as he moved, he saw the people here, all of them, much like the Raojin back at their shores. And that always perplexed him as he saw it happen. He looked at them and thought, aren't their hearts the same as their countrymen? Why are they here, locked away in an island? It was something that he considered and something that brought his mind abroad. The people of Raoji, he felt a bit of kinship with these in particular. They too were trapped in a little prison, at least up until this point. As he spreads his feet on the beach and moves around, he considers that a bit and wonders and thinks that he'd wonder if he wondered if the people of Feather's Landing would similarly enjoy perhaps feeling the beaches, the sands of different shores under their feet. And as he considers this, he almost kind of gets lost in the thought, sitting down up next to this almost rubbish here as he sort of gazes out across the beaches. Oh, how the Raojin would scream if they knew that Kato was invading their shores in this very moment. The thought is almost funny. And as he sort of waits and sits for a little bit, eventually, something seems to change about the air as someone's standing behind him. He turns and sees the parasol and almost looks surprised, but that form shifts and changes. That is not the man he knows with the parasol. It can't be. Instead, he looks and sees this glimmering brightness, this pompous energy, this form in all its glory. Oh, it's...
She walks up on the beach next to him and then looks out. Oh my, finding a
What?
godling here at this hour, staring out over this wonderful vista. I am so uniquely privileged. She sits down.
My goodness, I would say the same. Well, he kind of like sits up. I suppose it would not be so shocking to see such a bright, glimmering goddess of misfortune blessing a port where so many ships come in. Have you seen the fog that surrounds this place? You could get lost in it forever.
She looks at the fog. What a delightful construct. I'm so tempted to figure out exactly how it ticks so that I could potentially replicate it in the future. She sort of smiles at that. Oh, to be lost, eternally captured within the fog. It's I wonder if that's how dear Aporia feels. She says, motioning back over to it.
Oh, you speak of the dog? What?
He wears his new title and his new collar so well.
My. I wonder if he's gotten used to it all yet.
Absolutely not. She smiles and grins back out to this and then turns back.
How funny. I thought he was always a fan of bondage.
Kokuten. Oh boy, you get to hear Kokuten's atrocious laugh. Her face like screws up. You have never heard her laugh before, and she lets out a
Kato hears that laugh potentially for the first time.
Yeah.
He's like,
what the fuck?
My, how graceful.
Grace is embodied best through action, not through conduct.
Yes, and your actionable laugh was heard quite clearly by most of the city. He kind of plays with his hair again.
It's funny. This one has a very different aura from the one that you remember, but similarly, more importantly, it seems like she looks over at you. You're different than how I've been told.
Oh?
She nods and then looks. How do I describe the energy of it? You feel like a wilted plant freshly exposed to rain, yet in the midst of a cold snap.
You are quite a master of metaphor and simile, I must say.
I'm delighted that you think so. She sort of like
Perhaps
looks
you should
over.
consider taking the domain of the heart.
She looks over to you and almost like sticks her lips out like in a pout, like, why would I ever want something as trite as the human heart?
I heard it pumps blood pretty well.
I
Quite a useful organ.
already have an associate who was the master of that. He sells corn dogs now for a living.
Corn dogs. Is this some sort of secret alliance with Aporia then?
She turns over. Alliance? I might have associates. I might have. There are very few people in this world that I would consider to be allies at this point. She like screws up slightly.
He turns over. Oh my goodness, you do. I was making a joke about the corn dogs, and here you are admitting to treason. Goodness, Gokutin, maybe you shouldn't have the human heart as your domain. You can't lie for crap. He stands up.
I've never faced the need to lie once during my many long years.
Oh, I'm sure not. He kind of plays with his hair a little. But yes, this wilting flower has finally feasted on water after so many years. And yet the world decides to rain in winter, as I suppose.
Still, it is nice to see you outside those She sort of smiles, thinking about something. It is nice to see you outside of those many, many ringed prisons. How did you find them?
How did I find...
How did you find my various layers of traps, trials, and tribulations?
Well, you might be disappointed to hear, but in the end, I need not break out of any one of them.
She looks absolutely disappointed to hear that. Yes. Visibly wilting a little bit.
He stands up, and he moves over, and he places a hand on your shoulder. I should tell you that the first layer I already managed to disable before it happened. What a beginning of the story. Like a prologue for a book I really would have liked to finish. But alas, it seems such a thing is not possible.
I attempted to manifest your various torments.
Yes, there were quite many. But, you must understand at a certain point, such torments were meant for a half-broken man. And, well, someone came on through and broke my ball, and I decided that, or broke through and grabbed my ball, and, well, with no need to sit around there, I simply followed them out.
Internally, Kokuten, but my torments, though. She shakes her head. Disgusting, dreadful, atrocious. You bound yourself up with yet another mortal?
He kind of considers that. They're holding me at... He kind of thinks he's going to say sword point. No, not anymore. Arm on a chokehold? A bit harder. He kind of... bounding up with another mortal. I would not consider it something like that. I haven't known binding pacts, nor so have I done that. Well, besides granting them some of my power as a blessing.
They hold your life in their hands, then?
Yes, it seems so. He kind of turns around, and then he looks at her, and he's like, my sister, you've changed as well.
She stops and thinks, how so?
He steps up, keeping the pressure up a little bit as he moves. My, I expected almost an immediate barrage of topics on that. Either signs of my weakness, the sounds of foolishness, or perchance even saying something or other about, if you felt so inclined, to ask who they were, and perhaps so you could go place a hex on them of some kind. And yet, all three of these. Why? What was that? Did I hear a hmm?
She
A
turns
question of
around.
some sort?
She turns her back on you
He
and
says,
starts to walk in
"Huh?
this direction.
Miss Kokuten, you would not have bound up with a human as well, have you?
She walks in this direction.
Miss Kokuten, please, you must answer my questions.
She turns around and looks. Your life being held in the hands of a mortal is to be
Is to be expected.
is to be expected, yes.
I see.
You place so much worth and weight in the hearts of mortals. It was only a matter of time.
He kind of considers that a little bit. I'm not so sure about that one. Sister, how much time would it take if you sat at a river, many fish swimming by, yet you do not cast your net? Do fish flop out of the water to be devoured by those that are hungry?
She sort of juts her chin out. No, of course not. A fish has the wisdom to avoid mankind, unlike you.
I suppose so. I never was a god of wisdom, though. Perhaps talk to the snail if you'd want a little bit more on that.
Her entire face screws up.
Yeah, but he kind of plays with his hair again. But I was not even casting my net. Not inevitable at all would I not even try. See, that's just the thing. A heart can be closed. A long time ago I had said that hope lied within the heart. But hope can be removed, as it was when we last spoke. And so, I must thank you again. You and many, many years of contemplation, I was able to cast my net again. So, it may be somewhat pathetic, but do not taunt me for acting. After all, you were so insistent I must.
Kokuten thinks to herself, we were so right to leave exactly when we did.
Oh.
She looks back and, sort of looks at Kato dead in the eyes. You seem delighted by this change.
Well, it is a cold snap. I am delighted because it is certainly nicer than the last couple of years. Though, I find many hardships once more. It is the admittable weakness of interchanging with the humans. But I would not trade anything for it, I don't think, by this point.
I believe, centuries ago you would have said something to the effect of, interchanging with the humans is delightful, they're so different and wonderful. You would have had multiple consorts from mankind that you were willing to brag about at length with me.
He kind of considers that. Yes. And he I do admit there are some that I would perchance brag for, but I'm afraid that the level to which I spoke was, quite frankly, a little irresponsible. I was speaking as those people from the parts of the heart that I appreciated, yet I've only traveled with these people for a couple of months. I cannot say to speak on their true nature quite fully. It would be wrong of me to comment on that yet.
You no longer speak from a place of lust. She moves forward, no longer from a
No. Kokuten. He turns around and gives her a look. You must understand. I am horny as fuck. But I'm also a very responsible, centuries-old god with a great intellect and an appreciation for friendships now.
Kokuten blinks many times, eyes tiny dots like, what the fuck did he just say to me?
Kokuten, his energy is fucking...
Your language, it lacks decorum. You You swapped so easily to the modern parlance.
Ah, yes, for it has an effectiveness that, when combined with our flowery speech, I suppose. Oh, is it not? Did it not throw you on your back foot?
In a manner of speaking, I suppose you did do exactly that.
He kind of like stands up and turns around. Yes, I am quite a changed god. Though, once more, I must admit, deep down, even I'm still a hypocrite. I am living a hypocritical oath right now, which is mine to keep.
Oh,
But
so have you decided on the path of kindness, or are you plaguing this land?
a little bit of both, unfortunately. It seems as though a life of kindness is potentially not entirely possible for someone like me. I'm afraid that I have bound to one pact, though I wish to shake that one in particular as quick as possible. That was a mistake, not something of my own design.
She looks out. So you now view heaven and earth.
I suppose so. Tell me, has the view always been this hilarious?
Kokuten gets a big mean smile on her face. Of course it has. It manifests popping out of that inky abyss. I always said you could have stood to watch. Listen, view it from the point of view of the world more. The song and hymn that the core spirits sing is very different than those of gods. The tale of every blade of grass is... There has to be no small amount of humor there. They're trod on for the amusement of others. She flutters over and back this way. I have spent my time recently cursing that, what was it? She thinks to herself, that pink sheep family? Yes, visiting misfortune after misfortune on people that have wronged me in the past. As such, I've taken no small amounts of delight in simple misfortunes moment to moment. She floats back over this way. There is no great blight, plague, or plan in Kokuten's mind. There is simply that day-by-day misery that I find so delightful.
Oh, you are indeed somewhat cruel.
She moves away. I can comment on that none.
Yes, I suppose you can. Much like I cannot comment on some matters. He kind of steps to the side as he moves up and kind of gets a little closer and is like, I suppose it's quite interesting. I think I'll be binding myself up within the affairs of the world again.
What a sad and sorry fate.
I suppose
Are you
so.
going to do so with a sense of humor, then?
I think so.
Your life is in the hands of a mortal now. You might as well enjoy it.
Right back at you, apparently.
Her expression gets the same, like, dot eyes, like... Excuse me, what?
Well, you never answer my question, and quite frankly, I don't think I want to hear it anymore. He instead, I think I'd simply like to see you more.
Her expression falls. You never mean that in a literal sense.
I suppose there's a first time for everything. I must admit, I do miss my dear sister.
She looks back over the horizon, then back to you, and is like that expression on her face gets difficult again.
He kind of takes a moment to speak. There are many tales of Kato, many words spoken. You've heard many stories of me, and it is regrettable that I do not hear many stories of you.
She expels air through her nose. I am told the story of Kokuten is told by the people that matter, by the things that matter. It is sung by the hills, and it exists in the place that count. Who cares if it does or does not dance across the tongues of mortals?
I suppose I wouldn't care either, so long as I get to hear them. You understand?
She gets this almost like frustrated expression. When did you change and become a scholar blade, a recorder of history? When did the great storyteller Kato become a record keeper for someone else? You'll find no small number of delights in my tale, I'm sure, but at the same time, her entire form flares up.
He thinks, well, I got lonely.
Again with the casual language, again with the speaking from the self. You leave yourself functionally unclothed.
And you only see heaven and earth. Though I must say, the self is emerging more and more over the centuries.
Yourself or myself?
Perhaps both selves.
She
Dear sister.
stops, holds out a
For
hand
what
for a
sake?
second.
Oh. He takes the hand.
Do you genuinely mean that? Do you find me different, changed from centuries in the past?
He reaches forward and grabs her hand. I do genuinely mean it. Though, to say whether it's good progress or not, I'm afraid your brother cannot comment honestly.
She gets like this almost as if inhaling a bad smell expression. Perhaps the song was sung less accurately when I heard it. If the song of Kokuten has changed, perhaps I am the one in the wrong.
He considers. How do you mean?
She looks out and over. As I said, I am closer to a true deity than most creatures can even dream of claiming. If the song has changed, if dear Kokuten has shifted, if the notes are higher or lower pitched, perhaps the air lies with me. Perhaps I need to restudy the song, learn it anew.
Perhaps so. You were never one for studying, though I do think you do good at it.
She sort of turns and her face screws up again.
I was not one for it either, sister.
You have become an immensely more frustrating creation.
I suppose so. Perhaps we should talk again in a decade.
I would hope to last longer than that. Every time you speak words to me, I feel my own form shifting. Perhaps change should be your new domain, brother.
He considers that for a moment. But it is simply the hearts of man that are ever changing. So I already think to some degree I am.
Do you consider your heart to be truly human? Or are you still Kato, god of gods?
Well, I haven't descaled myself too far. After all, you might have noticed, but my fangs are a little sharp again.
I have to admit, there is a sense of cruelty that I have not sensed from you in centuries.
Yes, I'm afraid.
I can't tell, however. Is it just a sick sense of humor that you've developed, or is a cruel joke being played on you?
He stops. I'm afraid a little of both again.
Oh, then be like the grass, dear brother. Delight in being stepped on. Oh, but according to your own tales, you already do that. She looks at you with this fucking shitty-ass grin.
He sighs out, and he's just like, I'm the dew on the grass.
And now it's time for you to do something. Please, brother.
Goodness. He stands up. Never make a joke so stupid again.
As I
It is not
said,
befitting of your image.
a core sense of humor is so important.
Oh, you must stop!
While you may have learned to speak plainly, I have learned to tell jokes.
He stops, moves forward, and then turns around and recollects himself. Very well then. You know, sister,
Hmm.
perhaps it might interest you to the slightest. I doubt you'd remember them. I barely did until they came knocking at my door with 12 others. It seems as though a dead god has come back to life.
Which
The squid.
doesn't ring a bell. She just
Yes,
trails
yes.
off. If
No.
it's not the sheep or the sheep's followers, I can't say I'm very interested.
Yes. He kind of considers it a little bit more. Well, a little bit of meddling on my end has found quite a lot of
She stops.
information. Yes?
She
What?
starts to laugh immediately.
What?
The squid, you said?
Yes? What? What? Excuse me.
She doubles over. Oh. A while ago, before I came here, in fact, one who fancied themselves a godslayer stumbled upon my domain.
He stops. Ah.
And I adorned her with a crown of curses, the likes of which I haven't fashioned in decades.
Ah.
And, of course, I had to hit her with my absolute favorite. The person that you will encounter on your travels is the one that you are least suited to confront. She holds her hands out. I heard she immediately traveled to Great Rauji and got her body plagued by some sort of horrific disease.
He stops.
Is that the squid's blessing? Are these the fruits of my curse?
I'm afraid so. He stops. She's here right now, you know.
Her expression just goes static.
She's over there in the end, not too far away.
Well, if my curse endured, I suppose that you would be the one she is least suited to meet.
No, I do not think so. That would be my champion.
Her expression just goes static again. Oh, you've taken to calling another a champion, huh?
Yeah.
She speaks plainly for half a second.
Mhm. Yeah. Oh, what is that? What is that tone? What is that? When did that happen?
I think more than... I don't think you need to be reminded of the last time that you had a champion.
I certainly do not.
And she just backs off. I understand the complexity of the situation now fully, brother.
Thank you for considering matters for me. He kind of stands up, his tails flutter in the moonlight, and he sort of thinks, well then, I never actually asked. We get so caught away in our little back and forths. What are you doing here?
She looks over. As I said, I was chasing down every remnant of that sheep family and placing at least the most minor of curses on them. One passed through here and she just snaps her fingers. Do I need a reason? I don't act with a plan.
I see.
And
He kind of considers that a bit.
and she's like, for the first time you feel something, Kato. Kokuten's lying.
Oh.
Yes, you just know that, being the god of the heart.
What's this? What is this? What is this? He kind of steps a bit forward. Never before in your life had you ever needed a time for lying. Am I the first? Am I the first one in centuries? Oh, I'm so humbled. My dear sister, I'm humbled beyond belief.
She recoils. Fine. For clarity's sake, I suppose I will speak it unto the world. I needed a season away.
A season away, you say?
I had to collect my mind, understand where... I had to
collect
part.
the mark.
I had to partake in some of that thinking that you espouse to love so much.
Ah, I see. He stepped back a bit.
And I had to
And
partake in my favorite activity, which is cursing the followers of the sheep. A
I
little
see.
indulgence goes a long way.
Yes, I suppose when you're trying something so difficult.
She just sort of shakes her head.
Oh. He kind of stops, and then he moves closer. You know, I am actually proud of you. I do not mean to.
Listen, your attempts at calling me dumb or unintelligent do not fall on deaf ears, but at the same time, I do not heed them.
Good. For all of them are jests.
Oh, always a jokester, of course. She moves back over.
So tell me, you've done some thinking. You've followed your passions. This all sounds immensely healthy for the Kokuten I know. So tell me, Kokuten. He kind of steps over to the side a bit, and kind of catches a glance of her under the moonlight and kind of uses that to eye her and see, just try and almost stare through her skin and see what's up with her. He kind of looks and is like, what's next for you?
I have more meditating to do, I think.
I
And,
suppose so.
And I meditate best when I'm pursuing my own interests. So, I will return to Mitsudai, and I will continue to hunt down core spirits.
Such a unique passion you have.
They more accurately report the song of Kokuten than any other being. While you might delight in humans, I take more delight in their company.
It seems finally we found different ways of life that let us not compete with one another. Perhaps that's why I find you so comfortable now.
She looks over. I believe you find me comfortable because I no longer pose a threat to you.
Yes.
No longer any more risk of me driving the knife into your back or building another ring around your forest.
Yes, indeed. Though you could leave me a curse for good luck.
She stands up. Well, a curse for Kato. She holds out a hand and sort of extends it. When next something is asked of you, you must consider your own feelings first. She snaps her fingers and it binds to you.
He opens his mouth. That's dirty. He feels himself. Damn, I hope that would work.
She sits down. Of course it wouldn't work. More recently, I found myself meditating on a specific subject, something that has rattled and writhed its way throughout my mind. I've been caught on the subject of mercy.
Oh.
She looks over. So at the same time, when I find you under the mercy of another, I find wanting to see in you the change that I want to see in me.
He considers that himself. And he almost feels like jabbing in, but he doesn't, as he sort of steps to the side a bit. Of course, not the exact change, but a change for Kokuten, none the same.
But of course, my curses don't stick. Not to creatures such as us.
Yes, he kind of moves over to the side. Mercy. I see. He kind of considers that himself and what he's doing. And you tell me that you are courting mercy.
No, but unfortunately mercy has found its way to me.
Someone has taken mercy on Kokuten for once in her life.
And I am unsure of what to do with that.
I see. He moves to the side a bit. He kind of considers that himself, and it's like, yes. He actually seems kind of stumped on that front as he sort of considers Kogerton.
It's frustrating to think that an ineffable and infallible deity would be placed in such a situation.
He kind of considers that himself. Well, I'm unfortunately not one for curses, but I can give you a blessing of my own.
Her smile twitches. Of course.
He kind of sits down in the sand and starts thinking. Though, in order to make it such perfect, I would need to talk to you more. He kind of sits directly across. And what did you feel when mercy was granted to you? Confusion, no doubt.
Confusion, and for once I was not able to feel that joy of the grass, that of being stepped on.
Ah, you'll grow a taste.
She sits and just looks at you.
He waves his hand. He kind of considers, yes, you've been pulled away from the earth. An act of mercy has severed you from the high point you were able to gaze up and down to the heavens and earth.
She just looks at you. I thought I was asking for a blessing. Right now it seems like you're damning me.
He kind of stops. No, I am not. When you came here, you said if only you could master the ability of a fog like this. He kind of points back. There is one brewing within you now. Allow me to part the fog myself. He kind of moves forward, and he presses a little fingernail up to Kokuten's chest and taps her heart, and then pulls a finger back, and then he snaps his finger, and Kokuten, you feel something of a pound for a minute, just something quick, as he basically this isn't some sort of hex magical or anything like that, but instead it's literally just some sort of sensation that you feel across your body, and it's a whole dang emotion.
One emotion. Describe to me the one emotion.
It's an emotion of it's a mix. It's one emotion that Kato feels a lot. It's something akin to love, but it's not exactly love. No, this is something akin to a form of... It's like... a good way to word it. Because actually, I feel like Kokuten might be a little stunned suddenly as well.
Yeah.
You've spoken to me upon occasion of the feeling of looking to the clouds or running your feet through the grass, seeing heaven and earth. What that is a pure feeling of... It is purity of the self. It is one that many feel with love, respect, passion. You feel a form of it whenever you curse someone, for sure. But it is not quite like that. Did that at all feel similar to what you experienced?
It's time to roll for Kokuten.
Let's roll for Kokuten.
Okay. Time to roll her 5d6. Let's see. I gotta check her character sheet really quick.
Looks like that might be yellow.
Oh no. Okay, it's her yellow. Oh boy. Yeah. Let's lock in. Let's lock in her yellow. I know which one that is. So she shifts over to yellow, and this once she actually. Yeah, I think she kind of gets what you're going for.
Yeah.
She feels that like emotion run through her body. It feels like home.
Yes.
It feels like comfort is the best way to put it.
Like a dandelion blowing through the wind?
You're not allowed to speak of dandelions.
Ah, I see. A special little thing.
She grabs her one dandelion tail. It felt like being deeply rooted. It felt like having a place to go back to, and it felt like a sensation I have not felt since wickedness infested my heart.
He kind of thinks about that. Yes, I suppose so.
Hmm.
There are not many places you could say you could go back to. Not many places I could either.
She's like, her expression falls, and then she sighs, like still grinning slightly. She feels that sensation pass through her body and her arms and her legs.
For,
Oh, brother, you've gotten so depressing over these years.
he kind of thinks it may be a little depressing to say, but I mean it in the correct light. It makes sense, does it not? When mercy is granted to one who does not have it, that is only proof that that is one person or one place that you could safely return to and see perhaps mercy granted again. It is a form of comfort.
She's gonna shove him into the. She's gonna shove him into the water.
He's like, wait. It's so easy considering he's such a wimp baby with a ball. You just pick him up and toss him into the water and he starts getting soaked. Kokoten, you are for a moment left alone upon the beach as Kato is out drowning in the landing water.
She thinks to herself, I traveled for so long and he just solves the puzzle for me. How very frustrating. Kato!
And so the two gods.
Kato!
What? I'm trying to be poetic. Crawls out of the sand.
Tell me, which inn is your dear champion staying at?
No. No. I refuse. You come back here right now. And chasing after her and pulling at her cloak.
So she said she's one of your champions, but she was likely not born that way. Is she a sheep by any chance?
No, she's not. She's a jellyfish. Stop.
Oh, perfect. So
if
I'm looking.
The jellyfish. No,
I'm looking for a jellyfish. Okay, excellent.
No, she's a rival's rival. You cease this.
Kokoten makes her way out into Feather's Landing itself. However, I believe Kokoten, goddess of misfortune, is not one to who's likely to find show. Kokoten encounters Owen this night. But that's an entirely different issue.
Yes. As you depart, these two siblings leave annoying curses upon each other and eventually depart off their own separate ways once again.
I'm going to put you in the ocean again.
Decade.
Stop narrating. I'm going to put you in the water.
You can't make me stop.
Do you always narrate your adventures this way?
Yes, of course. It's so poetic to think about, don't you? He gets and I'm gonna cut it there. There's a town. Oh, yeah. I knew we were good. Thank you.
I hope you leave that in.
Of course, obviously. No. There's a place in Mitsudai where water runs down from the mountains, but with it brings a variety of unpleasant minerals, coals, and traces of other things that leave the land below sodden and swampy. This unpleasant, stinking land, known as the land of bitter honey. In this land, there exists a certain person who knows the way to move the dirt to keep things buried. Ko, today, you've got another job. You find yourself deeper into the swamps. Once more, putting up with that sulfurous coal-burnt scent that seems to drift up from these places. This entire bleak, black landscape lit by fireflies that, without your help, cannot bear the weight of its buried secrets. But you once more dip your shovel into the earth, kind of digging something that almost resembles a golfer's hole more than anything. You finish digging. Actually, you know what? Make me a roll. Let's see how good this hole is.
Oh boy, my first roll.
Yeah, first roll is Ko. Okay. Do you have an attribute you would attribute to digging?
I kind of feel like there's gotta be, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The question is
I'm
red, yellow, or blue, really.
yeah.
Your attributes: digging, spitting, and the other one.
Digging, spitting, and digging some more. I think I'm gonna make my digging attribute yellow.
Okay, sounds good. Then, yeah, I'll just swap you over really quick as you once more dig a hole deep within these swamps that have become so familiar to you. Roll an extra 1d6 with that. Let's see if you break a 10 or not.
Tragic.
Oh, tragic. You kind of shove this almost cylindrical package deep into the earth and you start trying to dig. And with that, you kind of stumble back and sit down against the swamp and stare and wait. And you wait and you wait. And then the swamp almost seems to bubble slightly as suddenly the earth itself seems to shake and a cylinder almost seems to, over time, just float back up.
She leans forward and kind of wrestles with it for a second and pops it up out of the muck. Piss.
You stare at it.
Stands up, starts another one.
You immediately try another one. You give me another roll. You begin digging around the area. You see, the secret of these isn't just about digging a hole. Anyone's can dig a hole. All right, give me another d6. A little better. All right. For something like this should stick. It's not just about digging. At this rate, the swamp itself will simply spew it back up. But in this case, you specialize in digging holes that put pressure to keep things down. If anything, they're rather hollow. If you went and started digging again, you might be able to find them, but no one comes digging out here unless they want to bury something of their own. You manage to slip the cylinder into a hole that's sort of filled with water in some ways. Something that kind of drifts on the edge of the swamp. Instead of really being buried, it's more dangling on the edge, half underground, half sort of within the swamp itself. For some reason, this sort of contrast seems to work, and the things there almost seem to just kind of at least take longer to float up. It's not a science. Everything floats up eventually, but at the very least, whatever you can do to keep it down longer helps. Not quite sure what was in that package, but then again, you're not supposed to for the most part.
She taps the spot where she buried it a few times with her heel, makes satisfied that it's good and down there, and then wipes her hair out of her face, slings the shovel over her shoulder, and moves on to whatever her next bit of work is for the day.
Yeah. You begin moving as you leave the swamp behind, just for a little bit. You've finished your last package for now, but now it's time to head back home and see if anyone else has left something for you. And so, Ko departs once more. You start moving through the leftover bits of this swamp, and as you progress, you find yourself leaving the swamp itself to the surrounding, an area where, well, unfortunately, the ground remains with its specific, unique scent and quality coloring. You find yourself moving up at least to a spot that's not as quite damped. This, to a certain degree, is what you would call home. It's where you sleep, after all. You take steps up, all the way through the few cobblestone steps left in this place, to a weathered, not so damp, and not so shaded shrine. But still, it works. The surrounding statues have long since lost their features. At one point, there is the shrine to some kind of number of gods, you're not sure. You've counted them before, but there should be more. There's definitely some spots where it looks like stuff's been stolen. Wait, no. Now you go.
Okay.
I forgot the object layer. I can't have anyone not walk.
Oh, right. Sorry, I can't pass over the gate.
No, you can't. You absolutely can't. There you go. You're good now.
Easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a Ko to pass over a gate.
Absolutely. Go, you head through the gate again, and you look across. Well, this shrine has long since lost any sort of divinity, and has no frequent visitors for holy purposes. Such things are very little under consideration for people within Omani. There is a home to some sort of not-so-holy wish granter. For many in Omani, there are things they want to get rid of, and so they bring them up to this shrine, offering up some form of rice or food or otherwise to the deity within the shrine, you'd suppose. You just dig stuff and bury it. It's not that big of a deal. People don't like much to talk to you, though, so they often try to drop it away while you run off. A little bit annoying. It means you can't get all your work done at once. But
She hucks the shovel randomly onto the dirt here and squats down to inspect this package that's been left for her.
all right, you inspect the package. It seems not so different than the other one. It's some form of package that it's about the size of your torso. It seems to be wrapped with a little bit of like light rope and some cloth over it. It seems to be not so heavy, not so tall, not so wide, but just irritating enough that it'll be a little annoying to carry out to the swamp, and you'll need to dig a slightly bigger hole to get the whole thing in there. But on top, better than that, there's some rice left in a bag for you.
She reaches down and grabs the bag of rice, and I don't. Do you have a map for an
Yes, I
interior
do.
here? Okay,
Yes, you step on up to the shrine, which has been sort of basically repurposed. A strawy bed, some bags, and a few little tiny crates and sacks. You've also got a few little departments inside of underneath the floorboards of this shrine. Though it gets damp and soggy in there, and honestly, over time you realize that no one really tries to steal anything from you. At least, not anymore. People's thinking it's cursed or something.
Yep. She takes her helmet off and like opens the bag of rice in her hands just to confirm, yeah, this is a bag of rice, and then looks around, grabs a pot, some heavily rusted cast iron monstrosity about as big as her head, wangs it down on a little makeshift stove just made out of basically random bits of scrap metal twisted to form kind of a grill, and goes at it with flint and tinder. She's gonna try to get a little cooking fire going.
Hell yeah, let's see how your breakfast tastes, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I imagine this wouldn't be yellow.
Yeah.
Oh! So, while the day itself has started rather rough, you get your makeshift stove and grab the tinders and sort of start a small fire. You grab the rice and you kind of, unfortunately, you don't have quite enough water, but you still manage to wash it. Washing the rice out, putting it in the pot, and then sort of getting a little bit of a side plating to then pour the rice out again and fill up the water once more and start boiling a bit. You try to get this water boiled up, all going, and you think to yourself, what else do you have? You kind of reach to the side and you manage to scavenge a few herbs. They have that same sort of bitter taste to that everything that grows in Omani has, but regardless, you manage to grab them aside, sort of peel off some of the herbs himself, and you add them in. A little bit of bitterness is honestly fine. Your palate's familiar with it at this point. You mix it up on the side, pour the rice in, and then ended up heating it up. Your your setup is absolutely makeshift and is crude beyond any's doubt, but you're familiar with it. And as with most things you're familiar with, you're quite good at it. You make up some rice, season it a little bit, and honestly, it's a nice snack. You feel rather filled up at the end, and a few of the vegetables you'd assembled otherwise make a fine side to it. Eating, you feel honestly a little bit restored as you finish up your meal, clean out your stuff, and then deposit everything back where it rightfully belongs. And you gaze back outside at what is now just another job for you. About midday, still enough time, still enough sunlight to go get it done.
Yeah, looks up at where the sun is in the sky, kind of calculates how much time she has, and then just nods, grabs her helmet off of where she tossed it, suits up again, and takes out, gets like some twine, and since this package is on the larger side, just straps it to her back, just over
fair
her
enough.
coat.
Yeah, you kind of tie it around the other twine that existed on the bag, and you sort of toss it over your coat as a backpack, and you start walking, picking up your shovel too, and yeah, pick off again. Once more leaving this shabby little home.
When she passes through the gate, she does the same thing she did on the way in, which is as she walks by with her shovel, she quietly whacks it against the wooden pole twice in a sort of like makeshift, directed at no one, like I'm home or I'm leaving gesture.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
There's a tiny, like, there are some marks on the gate from the place that she's hit it softly, but thousands of times.
Yeah. You head off once more. Another hot day baking the waters of the swamp, along with the coal, into that wonderful concoction that shifts through your nose. And this time, since you've been having some trouble in the usual spots, you decide to mix it up and head to a different area of the swamp. You find your way down, moving across Omani and passing your way around the town instead of through it. As further on ahead, you find your way deeper into the swamps. The swamp itself has seemed to grow foggier. More of the fireflies kind of drift around the perimeter as you start to move. The thing on your back, once more, it's not the heaviest, just a bit unwieldy. You carry it with, sometimes whacking rocks upon your way with the shovel as you just sort of make your way across the swamp.
Gotta make your own fun out here.
You kind of turn and you think, you've managed to bury a few things over by these ruins. After all, they're a bit more on a hill and it's a little harder, and sometimes things can more be confused as relics or buried old things from this old house that's fallen apart many, many years ago. If the swamp's giving you trouble and feeling extra temperamental today, perhaps this will be the correct spot. But you will need to find a spot. You want to give me another digging roll, we'll see if you can find a good spot to lay this down.
Dig and dig and dig and diggity dig.
Ah. Oh, what did he say? Okay, yeah. You kind of start taking your way up, and you think a bit over here behind this wall will probably be a pretty good spot. If anything, you have a feeling that if you just rearrange the rubble a bit and put it on top of the hole from before, it should actually keep the thing buried beneath the dirt, or at least buried under rubble, and no one will very much suspect the idea that, well, a bunch of rubble next to ruins is a lot less suspicious than a bunch of rocks thrown on top of a random hole in the swamp. Makes it look like a grave.
Yeah, she clears away a little bit of the rubble, strikes the earth a couple times with her shovel, and quickly finds, with, the digger's intuition, the exact spot at which she buried a package here several months ago, turns the dirt aside just a little and sees, yep, that wooden box is still there. She gives a little faint, approving nod, unstrings the package off her back, mutters, "Got a roommate for you."
You pop it on down, and once again, this trustful spot is now home to two, and you've confirmed it. The relic hunters will keep away, and the grave robbers won't think this is a grave, so at the end, it's a perfect little spot to hide from every single denizen of Omani. So, you leave it there, and as you move, the thought of a grave robber immediately shoves up to the front of your head again as you hear some form of rustling coming from around. You kind of freeze, making sure to check your surroundings ever so briefly, because as you hear steps coming out,
Oops,
you
that
kind
one's
of
got a smile. That's not the emotion I'm conveying. Yeah,
yeah,
that's the one I
there you
want.
go. Yeah, you kind of you hear it coming from around this direction from behind the wall. As what do you do?
So is this rubble more or less forming a wall here, or is it easy enough to just walk through here
You
directly
can
to the
walk through
right?
the part directly to the right, yes. Though down here is efficiently a wall.
Hmm. She starts to walk up on the rubble, stops for a second, thinks, if there's someone here, I don't want them to see where I just buried something. And so she steps back down and just leisurely walks the long way
Mhm.
around. But doesn't make any effort to hide herself, just walks out from
Yeah,
behind this wall.
you
Hey,
notice you send out a greeting, and you noticed a man kind of turn with a bit of a start. He seems to have a sort of tired, basic, uh, normal expression. Except there's something about it, because you would never really note someone having an expression like that. You can tell that to some degree, this man is forcing some form of normalcy and austere appearance. There seems to be a lot more nervousness behind this man's face, but regardless, he turns to you after his start concludes and kind of steps up, a backpack hanging on him from behind as he turns. Oh, hello.
you lost,
He
friend?
he kind of steps up. I don't believe I'm lost. He moves up, kind of checking around the area. This is the swamp surrounding Amani, yes?
Got it in one.
Hmm. I see, I see. Then I believe I've stumbled into exactly where I was supposed to be going. He pontificates a bit, scratching at his beard and kind of gazing at the surroundings. Tell me, what is your name?
She realizes, oh, it's gonna be a conversation, huh? And instead of she knows she has to settle in for the long haul, so instead of immediately responding, she sets down, she impales her shovel in the ground again briefly to get it out of her hands, and fumbles around under her cloak for a second, pulls out a piece of jerky, and bites off a small piece of the end while continuing to just stare at this man for a bit, just in case he'll lose interest and she can avoid talking to him.
You say that, or you, and then what do you do?
If he does not lose interest, yeah, she takes
Yeah,
her
no,
time.
he.
She lets it linger for a good
I
like
see. Yeah,
5 seconds to make it as awkward as possible to see
yeah.
if this guy will give up.
He seems to have a level of attention at the least. He seems like he wants something. So yes, he stares at you.
All right. Eventually, she relents. She takes the jerky out of her mouth and finishes chewing. Folks around Omani just call me kid. You can call me kid too.
Hmm. Kid, huh? Well, all right, kid. He kind of steps up. It seems that in this moment you've made a small mistake, Co. As you slammed your shovel down and made
Mhm.
yourself comfortable, the man in front of you seems to have taken that as an opportunity to do quite the same, as he lets his large backpack almost carry him to the ground as he crosses his legs and looks directly across at you. His weary, nervous, yet calm at the same time, eyes drifting forward and staring at you across this, well, ruined
Old
fireplace.
campfire, yeah.
Yeah.
When he sits down and makes it clear that this is going to be a shared moment around the campfire.
uh he just not really catching any sort of signs to any displeasure you might be feeling. He makes himself known. I am Yukitake, and I am from the land of Raoji. More specifically, I'm from the domain of the tortoise. Are you aware of such a place?
I have to. Well, I have to. She definitely at least is aware that Raoji exists.
Yes.
I think she's probably got enough of a basic education to be like, yeah, the tortoise, that sounds like a god. Sure, I believe you. She just nods.
Yes. Ah, excellent. You feel like that was a correct decision. Something about this man, you're not sure even why. Just saying you knew, you compartmentalize that as important. Um, he continues then. Yes, I've come from quite a distance. I he kind of looks across as he's like, you see, I've just come from, well, I suppose I had a bit of a mishap at the Red City, and I found myself looking around for new work. You see, I'm a master of ambrosia. Are you familiar with such a thing? Ah, I see. Uh, well, it is important for children and not to be uneducated, so allow me to elucidate you. He puts his hands together and stares across. Ambrosia is the energy of the gods. It is pure life, as it would, in its most basic form. Ambrosia exists in a number of different ways. It often materializes as yokai in some forms, and otherwise in the purest form. You and I, even, are made up of some form of ambrosia. See, ambrosia is like the building blocks of life. Put it together in different ways, and you create different things. The masters of ambrosia are obviously the gods. And for me, I well, he kind of puts his hand up. I should clarify. I am a master of ambrosia myself. I am no god. I simply mean that the masters above me, my masters and their masters. Understand?
She nods.
He kind of nods back. Yes, well, you also consider for a bit. You think you know the Red City he's talking about. It's called the City of Falling Leaves. It's a town that often, it's one of the places that Omani might send goods to if anyone wants good from Omani. Though, not really called the Red City. It's got a red wall. Probably just some foreign thing he mixed up, so you kind of just push that aside for now. As you uh, kind of sit there, however, he does continue on even more.
And she realizes this is going to be a multi-bite conversation and starts like ever so slowly savoring her way through the jerky.
Yeah, he he kind of stops a bit and he's like, "Yes, well, I found my way out here looking for some. I was called here, requested even by the city itself. They had a very serious case, and well, that situation resolved itself, and I find myself here now." He kind of looks over and is like, "See, he I'm looking to find some form of work. After all, as a master of ambrosia, it falls to me to deal with any sort of phenomena involving that which is crafted from ambrosia, whether it be yokai or other forms of spirits. I heard your swamp is perhaps infected by some form of yokai. Am I correct?"
She looks off to the side and ponders this, and eventually just sort of shrugs and says, couldn't rightly say. It has a mind of its own, I can tell you that.
Well, I'm sure that's what it seems like, but I tell you for sure, a swamp is a swamp. A true creature like a yokai, however, can have will. Mm. He kind of runs through and taps his brain. So tell me. I am quite curious. What does a swamp do?
Well, people like to put things in it, things they don't want to think about anymore. They pay people like me to make that happen sometimes. But swamp's a bit ornery. Sometimes it sends them back. Awful lot of the time, in fact. Sometimes they come popping right up in the middle of town. People's old junk, people's dead friends. Takes all kinds.
Hmm. He kind of thinks about that a little bit. I see. The return of something unwanted, despite not being malicious. A swamp. I see. He kind of looks at you, and you notice a little suspicion in his eyes. Tell me, when encountering these items, do people often. Hmm. Is there any malicious intent behind these returns, or is it simply the return itself? Where does the pain or the evil come in? Is it with the people burying, or is it with the items returned itself? It's not like you bury a knife and the knife is found and planted into someone's flesh. It simply pops up in town.
Ain't no knife I ever buried found its way into someone's back afterward. Usually that part comes first.
He contemplates a little bit. Oh, sounds dreaded, quite frankly, but not to do with yokai on that front. That is simply humans, I believe. He kind of stands up a bit and looks through his and just kind of turn around, kind of kneels over, looks at his backpack and pulls out a few things. So, in which case, he kind of considers you again. Have you noticed any strange entities in your time in the swamp? Tell me, what is it you do?
Well, like I said, I'm a pretty good digger, and I've learned how to cheat around the problems out here, so stuff that I bury stays down more often than not. More often than any random person flinging it in and hoping for good luck. And that's how I stay in business.
I see. I suppose that would make sense. He kind of stands up again and kind of seems to look in his bag. After all, it would be sensible for a Nureo Nago to do such a thing. He turns around. Uh, there's an instant motion, and almost immediately you feel something as firing directly across the air. Rice flies directly into your face, followed immediately by water, and everything kind of seems to stop for a moment as you're sort of left stunned, as the entire area sort of seems to just sit in on itself. And the man looks at you with expectation. Oh, this man just threw water in your face and rice.
What?
I. He stops, sits down. No, that's not quite right. No, you fit the bill perfectly. He pulls out a scroll from inside. The Nureo Ganago. It's a young girl with matted wet hair, disheveled looking. Yes, yes. You're soaked. Yes. He kind of like looks
I am
across.
now.
No, I meant before. You were. He kind of checks, digging his
Ko
face
takes her
deeper into
helmet
this.
off real quick to check. Did this jaghole put out her candle?
Yes, he did.
She bites her lip, just like shakes her head like motherfucker. puts it back on.
You. I thought you weren't smiling because you did not intend to keep me here. You were afraid. The New Chicago's well known for its. He stops and buries, and then he wraps up the scroll, puts it away, sits back down across. My deepest apologies. I thought your shakiness had given me your name as well. It seems I have quite an awful misunderstanding.
Yep.
She's
She's looking down and kind of like swiping her hand across the front of her cloak while holding her other one out to catch it. Can I keep the rice?
He kind of stops. Yes. Actually, he pulls out his large backpack and he kind of like moves over and he's like, please. He sits down and he's like, here's a cup of rice. Please just take it. If you'd like, here's another one. Actually, he has you 2 cups of rice and then he's like, oh,
she takes
dear.
both and they disappear into her cloak.
Oh dear. He pulls out matches and lights one. Would you like this light for your candle?
She nods.
He kind of puts it up, lights it, and kind of flicks it into the fire, which the fire doesn't really catch. He ends up, oh dear, my deepest apologies. He kind of reaches into his pack here. Here's a change of clothes. I don't know if they fit, but take them.
She's like, okay, this is. She reaches out and takes them, kind of looks at it. Do these look like they'll fit?
I mean, so the shirt, you think you could like the robe, you feel like you could wear as like an overcoat, I guess. You could wrap it up a bit or pull it up. And hell, you know what? The robe will actually work great as a blanket.
Yeah, she takes out yet another pack of some kind from under her cloak, bundles them up and stuffs them in there. Can use them for washing up if nothing else.
The man in front of you, you can notice more and more sweat piling up on his face. He's like, I see. I suppose he do you need a bottle of water?
She shrugs.
I see. He places it down. This seems to continue on for some time. After the next 5 minutes, you have a few random,
yeah, no, she's like, damn.
Equipment.
I wish more people would fucking throw rice at me if it would get them to then throw 50 other things at me.
Yeah.
She's already thinking like, yeah, these 3 things I'm gonna keep, the rest absolutely pawning.
Yeah, you get an assortment of things, some of which would be considered good equipment to hold and keep on to. Other things are just for sale later. And then afterwards, you feel like he puts his hands together and it's like, my dearest apologies. So now that I have apologized, and I hope you could take my dearest gratitude.
She pauses for a moment but nods. I'll take whatever you're offering.
All right, excellent, thank you. Now that whole interaction is water under the bridge, as they say, would you do kindly to show me something? Of course, he nods his head and stands up, and you feel like he's ready to start departing immediately. I'll figure it out myself. I'm quite fine. Thank you for your time.
No, I show you what? I was asked, what do you want me to show you?
You said you specialize in burying things. Could you perhaps show me how you were to create one of these holes that do not spew things back up?
Well, that's a bit of, what do they call them things? She thinks for a second. It's like a trade secret. That's what they call it. I can
Oh.
bury something for you if you want. But
Oh, no, it's not about the burying. I simply need to see the state at which this swamp is in, I suppose. He kind of
Hmm.
thinks a bit. How it operates. That's how you would. Yes.
Well, I can start digging if that's good enough.
I suppose so. Yes.
All right, let me find a good spot.
He follows behind. Another cup of rice will be in it for you. Perhaps two.
Nods.
He continues traveling forward, and you find the spot a bit off to the side where you can kind of start digging.
Yeah, this'll do.
Okay.
Rolls her shoulders, sets down her stuff, and yeah, she doesn't know what exactly this guy wants to see, so she is just gonna dig and dig and dig and diggity dig a bigger and bigger hole until he is like, oh, okay.
Yeah. He watches for a bit, and you keep digging, and honestly, you get a few feet deep before he stops, and it's like,
Hang on. May I inspect the hole?
She nods.
all right, you kind of step out, and he moves up a bit, and he kind of goes down inside and pulls out a few vials and instruments that he has, and he sort of pulls some of the dirt. He's gotten to the point where you've dug, and there's some water starting to pool up, and he looks at it, and he pulls two vials apart, looks at them, and he stares, and he's like, so strange. He pulls out two beads of rice, plants the vials into the ground, and then puts the rice into each vial. And as he looks at them, you kind of stare too. Ko, you watch these vials, and something strange starts to happen. As the two rice fall inside, you notice that the rice planted in the dirt and the rice planted in the water start to move. It makes sense, at least partially. The rice in the water floats up, but doesn't reach the surface. Halfway up, it starts pressing against the grass, to the direction of the other vial. The rice in the dirt, the man plunges into it a little more, and you notice that throughout time, the rice starts to move a bit as well. It starts to press upwards, and then stops, and you notice the dirt kind of shifting and moving to the edge of the glass itself. These two pieces of rice seem to almost be shifting together, moving and pressing against each other and trying to find their way back together. Two pieces of rice from the same bag, from the same crops, trying to reunite once more. As you stare at this, it's fascinating for sure, even though you don't quite get it. The man next to you seems to be nodding his head and scratching his beard. I see. So, there's a polarity between these two. For very much similar purposes, the people who are bearing these items, I imagine, they are not truly separate from them, and these items once more return to them from which they came. Quite interesting. You have the real troublemaker of the swamp, kid.
Oh, well, it ain't rightfully mine. Belongs to this whole damn town, I suppose.
He kind of thinks about that.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know what to do.
He stops, stands up, kind of packs up the vials. I'm afraid I lack any sort of information on a creature like this, so I can't really save your swamp, unfortunately. But perhaps I can with research. I would expect me to come back in about 8 months. Perhaps I shall find the secret to your little problem. But until then, he kind of thinks about it. I imagine, quite obviously, if anyone buries anything in this town and tries to stick around, it'll eventually find its way. So, good luck, I suppose.
She nods, and as he starts heading off, a random thought occurs to her. Bring more rice.
He kind of turns. Well, I suppose he thinks. Oh, he pulls the backpack out again and then shuffles 2 more cups of rice. I promised I must deliver. My dearest apologies for almost leaving.
takes them wordlessly and nods again.
He nods, gives a small bound, and reaches his head up, and he gives you a kind of condescending pat on your helmet, like just 2 little pats with his hand, and then secures his backpack and starts heading off. Fare thee well, kid, I suppose?
Fare thee well, man.
It's Ukitake. Pray well to remember it. It is the name of a master, after all. He departs once more, and you're left once more in the swamp by yourself. And you turn over to that hole you dug, and you think, oh, hey, 2 birds, 1 stone, you guess.
Yeah.
You pop the box down and try to cover it up, and for old sake, give me a roll, see if it sticks. You know what? It sticks. For now.
Hmm. Yeah, that was a good hole.
That.
Oh, I was trying to remember if she had set anything down. I think she has received so many items. She pats all over herself to like make sure she's got all of them, and then does another round to make sure that guy didn't fucking pickpocket anything off of her while he was handing her stuff.
Yeah.
And eventually she is satisfied.
Yeah. With that, you leave your this strange wanderer behind as, well, you ponder your way back to your shrine, wondering all the way there if yet another job might be awaiting you when you get back. With that, we'll call this small little side story to a close. We found something interesting today. Deep into the woods, around the spot of the acquiring of a new body. While we were searching around, foraging supplies as we always do, something strange happened. We saw a form, unconscious, passed out. We decided to investigate with more of our self to perhaps in some way see if we could help. See what was the matter with this part of ourselves. With that in mind, we wander through the woods. The trees around us seem to flourish during this time of year. Or year actually wouldn't even be a correct term, I don't believe. We have not experienced that form of time or sensitivity. In fact, we might only recognize things by the few seasons we have seen. We have not been around for long. All the same, we have made excellent progress with learning. And so, we start heading up. How are we doing today? What's our collective progress here?
We are considering. Why is it that we think? We have never had need to think before, only acting on instinct for the purpose of survival. But suddenly, we can consider.
The consideration is a strangity. We absolutely didn't need this before, and all it's done is make things confusing. A boon could be considered. You also, as you approach up here, your thought is kind of canceled as the part of yourself approaches, and you notice, it was over there. You recognize this spot. This is the spot where you found that strange stone form, the one that is now encompassed by many of the smaller ones. You would say that about 80% of you, about 80% of us, all reside inside of this form. The rest are too big to fit. But all the same, it is comfortable, strong, and with a little bit of work has been made adaptable. But
Is
resting on
this
that
what
sort of
we
stuff.
consider a home?
Yes, that would be home. For most. The world is home, the woods are home, but all the same, this is a safe home, I'd suppose, whereas the other bring dangers. It's different. Even that feeling. Most of the ones that reside inside the statue are used to those types of homes. And as you look over here, laying on the spot where that statue moved from, you see, draped over the rock. Huh. That's strange. You don't feel that one.
We shall approach. Come with us.
As you all approach, well, you find
Describe
something
this
that's
describe this aspect of ourselves that we can't feel.
this part of yourself feels, well, we feel very unconnected to it. We can see it. And of course, because we can see it, all of us can see it. We can see, we can understand, it does exist, but we cannot feel it. Like the same where you've already seen this through yourself, but at the same point, there's so much more feeling. You cannot breathe through this soul, you cannot feel or hear. And so without that, it's going to take a little more manual intuition in order to discover what's wrong.
But
This
surely
one's-
this life is still a part of us.
It must be. So, because of that, you approach and you try to see what's wrong. Why is it that this one is not thinking with us? Can it not think? Are we dead in this form? You reach out and touch, and you sort of hold them up, and something's very strange about this. You sort of pick up the form and inspect. The form's not dead. This is not a rotted piece of ourselves that has been cut off. This should be us. And you kind of think about that, and you think about how much you would like to be connected once more. And as you do that, the form kind of shifts a little bit. This part of us that felt so disconnected, now returned with the whole, feels as though it's starting to once more connect. You can feel thoughts starting to shift around inside of all of us. And with that, you feel connected once more.
Good.
We have managed to reinstate ourselves inside. And as a result of that, your ponderings about why it is we think, or our ponderings, I should say, on why it is we think. Do you think that we're now thinking a lot more clearly with this part of us restored? There's so many new concepts and ideas that seem to flourish across us. Do you think we might gain more from this knowledge?
I do. Or we do.
Yeah.
We feel as though this added understanding might help us continue to understand.
And as we sort of consider that, we must pay attention to the part of that self that almost has thoughts of large constructed buildings created by us. Not just us, but us beyond this forest. More
we beyond
disconnected
us.
thoughts. The we beyond us. That's a good way to put it. A new thought that you feel is helped take form via connecting with us again. By continuing to bring this broken part of us back together, we feel more complex concepts beginning to form. Though, despite this, no real reason has really come up. All the same, you see a bunch of interesting thoughts and ideas start to form around. And with that in mind, we can we speak? We can. In fact,
We haven't tried.
we haven't tried before, but we've tried for years too. And we've succeeded for years, so speaking should be easy. all of this information that's pouring back into us, we feel like we can use it, along with the other things. And with that, you wonder about speaking. And at that point, something seems to spark up in your head. We've met someone else. Back in the actual canyon where we usually stay during the night. It's big, open, safe, yet are we fighting amongst ourselves? No, another severed off entity. Like this, except moving. For some reason, there's a part of ourself that might be sick, or it's such a weird experience, but a part of us is trying to speak and
If
is calling
one of
for
us
us
is
to
sick,
return.
then all of us are at risk.
Absolutely. This is only logical. As a result, you must hurry back, for this extra part of us is speaking, and although speaking is quite a complex thing, we believe that, and you look over, this part of us, this is our mouth. This is the part of us that speaks, and we've got it back. So, if one part of ourselves is sick and needs to be spoken to, then we have the perfect part of ourselves to do it. So, with that in mind, you begin to move out once. We begin to move out once more.
Then we are grateful for this aspect of ourself which speaks, and we who inhabit the statue put our hands together in a praying motion, and thank ourselves for our ability.
That you do. That we do. What am I saying? Sorry, I was caught off.
Are you
guard
trying
by
to leave us?
I was caught off guard by how cool that was. So we depart, and with that, let us go to a different map. This is really good because now I get to practice doing this. I'm really concerned because after we're done with this session, I don't know if I'll be able to go back.
It's gonna break you.
It's gonna break me. So, continuing down this altar path, we find ourselves up back to the mountain meeting place. This is a part where we all sleep. Oh, that's right. This will break us. So, we have come to the land most verdant and green. And the other parts of ourselves, we who are separated, who could not be with we within the statue, are standing around. We are little, we who are men. So, now, crossing over the path, you step up, and we step up, and as we round the corner, we see a form that we have already seen through different eyes, though now collected, all of us see it together. Sitting within the shadow is a sickened self, a part of us that is not connected. We are quite sick. This is the sickest form we have seen, in fact. There is a malignant energy that pools out from this form. And yet, all the same, it seems not to be causing damage to the rest of us yet. This sickness has not infected us. This sickness is not harming us, yet it is most obviously sick. Let me.
Oh, look at how many of you there are. Hop. She sort of like descends slowly, providing me my
Yeah.
legs when you so wish.
Hop
Dear
down.
GM.
Yes.
What is this? What a collection of creatures you've gathered here. Oh, you've been rather busy, haven't you? Looks over. Oh, that one makes me uncomfortable. She sort of sweeps in. I still cannot control the
You
fox.
should have control. Here, I'll just do
I'll
you one
refresh.
right now. Yes.
We who narrates in the sky,
Yes.
describe
Yeah.
to us what we see from our
Of course.
multitude of perspectives.
Of course. We see a form still emerged in shadow. This sickened part of ourselves is all the same speaking separate, diluted perhaps, as we speak. We who is sick speaks in the shadow. And you see an accompanying form that almost seems to shift out, covered in shadow. We seem to have tails in this, but yet we are not an animal. We stand on two legs like us who can speak, we who has the proclivity of speaking, and yet we have a malice and a grin like we who hunts.
She leans down real close to the wolf and then looks back over to the deer? Yeah, the deer. And then looks back to the wolf and gets as close as physically possible, peering deep inside this one. Oh, I feel like I have a responsibility at this point to inform you of a bad idea when I see one. Clove would not be too pleased about this. Taps the wolf a few times on the forehead.
Does we who are sick speak in a tongue that we understand?
We do. After all, we've learned it. We've learned it through this part of us.
This
And
aspect
we
of
believe
ourselves has granted us knowledge beyond that of which we knew this morning.
Yes. And as a result, we feel as though we could communicate.
Then we shall communicate.
Oh.
What happened to we?
Sorry, that one looked like a problem, so I popped him.
I'm gonna put him back. There we go. There you go.
Oh. Oh, okay. You're going to talk to me through one of your puppets. She doubles down and condescendingly gets close to this one.
We
So-
who exist separate of ourselves. We who considers themselves apart, separate from the whole. We who are coated in a miasma of sickness. Why are you unwell?
What a question! A laugh almost like a disgusting cough. Yes, this one is very unwell. She
We
relaxes
can
back.
confirm.
What a question, what a question. Also referring to me as part of we. Awfully bold, don't you think? She leans in a little closer to this one, and then, like, cups the chin of this tiny, diminutive creature. But there are rules. You might be we, all of this might be we, but I am me. There can only be one of me. Unfortunately, well, there can be many of you. We have to abide by these rules in absolution. Break this one, and unfortunately, she sort of floats backwards. You'll be a lot worse than sick.
He
So,
who is in a miasma of sickness considers themselves to be separate. Why?
she floats forwards.
Does a foot consider itself to be separate from the body?
She moves in. Once again, the audacity. I'm impressed, as usual, that a foot learned to speak, but you have to understand exactly who you're talking to right now. She moves backwards again. You consider me a part of you. What a delightful turn of events. Don't you know who sowed you in the soil of this place?
Please enlighten us. What aspect of ourselves are we?
This mouth cracks open. Oh dear. She flits around the statue and rubs the top of your head as if it were hair.
We do not respond.
Look at what you've gotten up to. Oh, she flutters and floats around. What aspect am I of you? The question becomes, she touches down, the miasma fully dissipating. What part of me are you? And, she shifts around, moving through her body, like, as all of the various creatures sort of, like, pull around her, and she almost makes this big show, almost like a stage magician, of reaching down through her great long sleeves, and she holds something between her fingers, almost spreading it between them like gum. And then she tosses it in the air, a core spirit touching down on the ground in front of her.
We who are little approaches what was thrown.
You all descend on it as you all begin to investigate the core spirit. Well, to a certain extent, that's another one of me. That's also another one of you. Here, have another. She reaches down and then throws another one on the ground. And, here. This one's been particularly troublesome lately. She throws this one up and over you, and it touches down on the ground as well. All of these are microcosms. They're all individual instances of this being that you call we. They all could have become you, but they've chosen not to. These creatures are still still. You move. You dance. You entrance others with your song, and she looks at the human and the wolf in particular. You make mistakes. What has happened to cause motion in your stillness? That I have to wonder. Why have you started moving?
We have no problem being considered a part of you. Why is it that you look down upon us?
Well, it's the rule, of course. It's the rule. There can only be one of me.
And what is rule?
She holds her fingers up and then grasps this core spirit and sort of holds it aloft. The humans have a firm belief. They believe that these creatures are devoid of will of their own. Well, I believe that's true in a manner of speaking. These beasts, wonderful that they are not devoid of will. They're simply given a limited number of choices. She grasps her hand and the creature vanishes back within her body. Core spirits write their own laws. They decide their own proclivities. And, of course, they decide their own rules. You, I suppose your rule would be something like she makes an exaggerated gesture of playing her hand across her chin, tapping it a few times. The collective, that seems like a solid rule for a being like you. But me, as well as a few others, we've chosen a very different rule. The rule of the singular. Unfortunately, there can only be one Kokuten at any given time. I hope you understand. She starts to adorn the various creatures with core spirits of her own, almost tying them like little bows around their heads.
We are incredibly ill indeed.
She waves a hand, gesticulating. Oh.
Is this individuality the sickness that emanates?
She sighs. Well, I have to say, individuality is less a sickness and more, Why don't you ask that one? Have they seen any stage plays before? Do they know of what a performance looks like?
We will consider the memories of this one.
We consider the memories of this aspect of ourself that grants us speech. However, we find no such knowledge of this stage play. We do not.
Do they know stories, tales, legends?
We are aware of this, however. Yes. Fictitious elements to grant us knowledge.
Well, I think I know this area well enough. Are you familiar with oral history? That of storytellers?
We are.
Her body doubles over. Well, I'm going to introduce you to a bold new concept I discovered while abroad. She takes a step forward. I'm going to introduce you to the wonderful world of comedy. She gesticulates, snapping her fingers over at this person.
Please enlighten us.
I honestly think you have the makings for a great comedian. She takes another step over this way. Storytelling and comedy are one and the same. In comedy, a jester or a fool stands forward on the stage and they tell jokes that make the audience laugh at them. The collective exists, lights dulled behind the scenes, all pointing and laughing at the comedian out front. That, my friend, is individuality. It's not a sickness, it's simply a performance. The collective delights in watching the fool parade around on stage. So...
Collective acts as one.
She nods, yes, and they laugh as well.
And we have made you laugh, which makes us a comedian.
Kuchan's eyes pinch shut, and she lets out this loud clap, and then Yes, indeed. The collective watches the performance on the stage. They attach themselves to interesting individuals, and they watch, and they laugh, and they celebrate. That is the role of the collective. They watch and they record. What a beautiful being you are! She, swirls around all of you, seemingly so delighted by this turn of events.
If something has a propensity to exist, it is a part of us.
Well, not necessarily. She stops. Existence can all fall under the umbrella of the collective. But there are individual modes of existence, nodes outside the collective, life's little comedians that are worth watching and celebrating. She taps her chest. Kokuten is one of life's greatest comedians. And the collective that is you, and the collective that is me, watch and delight in her exploits.
We, who is the great comedian, does not occupy the same space as the rest of us.
She sort of exhales. And what do you plan on doing about that? Because you, my dear mode of still life, have been given motion. Where will that motion carry you?
Not even really considering what we just said. We reach out and we touch the aspect of ourselves that is not occupying the same space as us.
Ah, I see. Well, that's fun.
Because surely, if it does not exist, the only way that it could not be a part of us is if it does not exist.
We understand.
Delightful.
We believe this is an apparition or something that should not exist that does.
All should exist, but why is this separate?
Then yes, we will reach out. We will reach out and grasp at the thing.
So, give me a roll to do.
All right. What are our stats? That's an interesting question. We have none yet, and so...
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Make it a function of how many creatures are currently present on screen.
That feels very fair, yes. So that would be... We have six of us here, yes. Or technically we have... we who reside in the statue will count as one.
Yes.
Very well, 6. So we will roll a 1d20 plus 6. Plus 1d6 as well.
Plus 6. Plus what?
Plus 1d6. So it's a normal roll plus 6.
Yes.
Yeah.
So...
Then will
The
we who is not connected roll a die?
Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Which one?
We have not
Yeah,
plugged
let's
numbers
do
yet.
this
However,
one.
it does not matter.
Yeah, this one. So, you reach out, and as you do, I think the collective's going to learn a lesson immediately that sometimes you don't want to connect a thing, not because you aren't strong enough to take it, but no, because it is so diseased you don't wish it to infect the rest. I'm going to activate my misfortune gift.
Ah, I see.
Your roll that was a 2 is in fact a 1. It is a miserably low roll. And in coming into contact with this creature, you realize everything she touches will be equivalently miserable. An infection that will spread like a disease throughout the collective in a moment.
We feel this, and it is only prudent that we sever that segment immediately.
We are truly sick. Cancer grows within an aspect of ourselves.
You keep calling me sick and keep referring to me as we. Listen, this will all be a lot easier for you if you start using you for beings like me. She taps her chest. Being able to point and separate yourself is a useful thing. Like I said, you don't want to join the comedians on stage.
But we are so funny. We have made you laugh. Would we not make an incredible comedian?
Cokerton's like, hey, does the collective have a name?
We have not considered this.
We have not. And thus, we can only say no.
Cokerton's entire expression darkens for a second. Miasma spreading out throughout the glade and the clearing again. That wicked
Wolf bark.
We who is barking.
losing its fucking mind.
We have not considered a name, because we are one. A name insinuates individuality, for which we have no use for. If anything, we are the aspect of ourselves which are united.
She like sort of shifts. She moves around the glade, form distributing out to the sides. She ponders for a moment.
Hello? I think I lost everybody.
Oh no, we're good.
Oh,
Yeah.
And yeah, oh boy, yeah, no, We Who Barks has been successfully exiled. She moves around and like feeling the presence of the air and the area, like looks and then claps her hands. I've got it. I know what you are. How about the great comedian points to the statue?
we consider this.
Would we find comedian to be a fitting title to all of us? We have made one laugh, but do we find that close for ourselves?
Is it important? Is laughter crucial?
Is laughter more important than unity?
Laughter is only an aspect of ourselves.
Yes.
To label us as such would be a disservice to the whole.
She sort of shifts again. Oh, wow, you're all communicating right now, aren't you?
We are. We've made our decision, I believe.
You're one big, long, stretching being. What's your
It
decision?
would be inappropriate to label us as one.
Well then.
To label us as one aspect of ourselves would discredit the whole.
If you're not the comedian, then wouldn't that make you the audience? She slips into a big smile.
We have witnessed
The
before.
ones who watch.
We are all watching. We have always been watching. That is one thing we all share.
In this world that is a dyad, that exists us, separate from you, in your analogy, then we are the audience.
Oh, she seems so delighted by all of this. You've come so far, and you've twisted up your logic so tight. I wonder if you add more, if it'll get even more twisted. She thinks, and then looks over.
In this one who speaks, there exists the concepts of a hypothetical. We are simply considering your worldview.
Well, now you can consider worldviews that are different than your own. She's like folds her hands. You are already beyond most mortals that I've met, actually. She's thinking pretty deeply. Now, okay, well, I think I have actually a word or two of boring, practical advice for you at this point. She flutters and throws an arm around you. The statue, you. And sort of motions over to the rest of you. That one on the left, the one that can consider hypotheticals.
Yes.
If you inhabit too many of those, then you actually risk the collective as a whole. There are creatures called God Slayers out there that will not care even remotely whether or not you are a core spirit god, etc., so long as you are brainwashing people en masse. So that is just a warning. I am profoundly curious what's going to happen to them regardless, but I think I'd hate to see you eradicated even more. And, second...
We must consider. Are we a god?
Floats over here. You tell me.
If something has a capacity to exist, then it is us.
Mm-hmm.
So in this hypothetical,
We are all gods.
God is an aspect of ourself. The same as so-called God Slayer is an aspect of ourself.
she like sort of gets a like, well, I tried look on her face as she rolls backwards. Wow. If you truly believe yourself a god, then I'm sure you'll invite plenty of God Slayers, or maybe worse than that, you'll attract the attention of core spirit stabilizers.
If the will of the hand is to choke the throat, then the hand will be dealt with.
She sighs and throws an arm around you again and sort of swivels about, like holding herself in the air, floating lightly over the rest of you. What a wonderful outlook. I hope you keep up that mentality. Specifically, core spirit stabilizers are more troublesome than God Slayers, because God Slayers can be dealt with in much the method that you described. She makes a arm-cutting gesture. But core spirit stabilizers, they slip into your mind with strange abilities, powers that pacify. They may cut away parts of the whole. They may try to bore into that thick skull of yours and dig away bits of the collective. How would you deal with being separated from yourself by someone who knows nothing else other than to bring you some degree of peace? That stillness you've just managed to escape.
We must consider.
You have to. After all, you've got a bunch of brains working for you now. You have to be clever about this. If you want to truly extend yourself as far as you can, if you want to be an audience that witnesses the world, you've got to be clever about how you do it. It isn't enough to simply expand. No. You have to consider who you're adding to the collective and who poses a danger. Because
This
all
concept of expansion, it is foreign to us.
because I'm sure in your mind you're already whole. It's just the rest of you has yet to reunite itself, correct?
This is correct.
She like doubles over and pats herself down. Yeah, I thought I was really missing part of me. Oh, it's that certainty. She like leans forward and grabs both sides of the statue's face. Oh, what I wouldn't give to feel that secure again. Floats backwards, but
Then return to us.
one eye peeks open. Maybe someday. I have enough that I'm interested in doing as Kokuten to join the audience, I guess. Still a little bit of the performance left to do on the stage, but if I'm looking for a kind retirement, maybe I will. She moves in, but I need you to understand. The you that exists here in this forest, it's eventually going to come face to face with a choice. You need to consider your worldview and decide if you are going to stick with your view of the world or the world's view of you.
Why must one only have one view of the world?
She waves her hand. That's the problem with core spirit stabilizers. Listen, trust me. The world is colorful, wonderful, and absolute. But when you come face to face with wandering philosophers capable of ripping your essence apart, you're going to have to confront and contend with different philosophies other than your own.
These aspects of ourselves sound dangerous to the whole.
She gets it's funny. Her expression starts off as like no, they're all weaklings. Are you kidding me? And then shifts over to yeah, okay, maybe they're a little problematic. They are indeed a little troublesome, so you have to keep your wits about you. Keep your philosophy strong, okay?
Then, you who believes themselves to be not an aspect of ourself, you who holds a philosophy that we cannot access, please impart wisdom upon us so that we might understand.
She slowly exhales and goes, okay. You can try it out with me then. After all, if I was going to compare myself to something, I'd say that I'm more... Yeah, let's use mortal terms. That seems delightful. I'm something like your mom. She smiles with a smile that could curdle milk. She folds her legs and sort of sits down. Wisdom that dear Kokuten has picked up over the years, that which we can impart to the class. Oh, come on. You're all the audience. Sit down, sit down.
We shall.
The statue actually bends onto its knees, and then everything else starts to fall into place.
Wow. She folds her hands and sort of tense her fingers. What I've learned recently comes from the lips of mortals first and foremost. I've learned that core spirits, these beings that comprise our very essence, are, to some extent, controlled by the whims of mankind. She sort of looks up. It isn't simply nature running through our own existences. They're also the wills of others that muddy our waters. She looks over at the one of the collective who added concepts such as hypotheticals, etc. They have a dangerous potency. And with that, they've Just as core spirits determine their own laws, they've created their own as well.
More
First-
aspects of ourselves that consider themselves separate from ourselves.
Exactly. She nods. It is a...
Why does this animal consider itself different than this animal? Do we not all inhabit the same world, the same ecosystem?
I like you. Her entire face lights up at that. I couldn't agree more. No, what separates them is a certain willpower that muddles the mind. You said you sensed miasma dripping from me. That is a collection of curses that have been foisted upon me from mankind.
We who is our mother has been made sick by the we that is this animal that allows us to speak.
Exactly. She has a gentle expression. No, they dictated two things. One, the law of core spirits. They may not act. Core spirits do not act with a will of their own. Holds up a finger, and all the core spirits in the area simply sit and watch. I can understand where the perception comes from. Believe me, I really can. When she moves in. And the second, it's more of a theory, actually. That the will of the world exerts itself through the core spirits. She floats backwards. As such, in societies that are likely to take the will of the world for granted, the core spirits are trampled over. They don't exist. At most, they're a hurdle. She floats back over. But in this glorious land of Mitsudai, we have a patchwork. A wide variety of people who view this land in different ways. Earlier, you made that assertion, or I suppose that question. Why can't different worldviews simply exist alongside each other? Look no further than Great Mitsudai. It's a testament that different worldviews can coexist. So, I suppose if I had any wisdom for you, Kokuten is going to fight every fucking mischief-loving bone in her body right now. Let me check. Red. Oh, okay. She fights every mischief-loving bone in her body and actually lays out some good wisdom in this case. Emphasize coexistence. Do not be like Raoji. Do not be like Lancia. Do not be like distant Windrose. Be like Mitsudai. Acknowledge difference and thrive in it. She motions around. You have grown quite powerful in your own little separate corner of the forest. Don't trample over other worldviews. Though you may believe your mind to be all-encompassing, I believe there will come a day that you think otherwise. When that day comes, embrace it. Don't be carried away from the tide. By the tide. She, with a dead serious look on her face. The difference between a core spirit stabilizer and an exorcist is that a stabilizer will sometimes listen to you and sometimes allow you to live. An exorcist simply decides you don't belong in this world. And believe me, I think you do. She gets a big smile on her face. So...
We who are our mother is not so sick after all. Perhaps we who is our mother will come back to us one day. And on that day, we will rejoice.
She gets, like, you get the rare Kokuten blush. Like, fire shoots up the sides of her face, and she's like, I'll consider it.
We who is small reaches out a hand.
What do you want? What?
We who is small, we who is little, simply reaches out a hand.
She reaches down and kind of holds out the hand for we who is little.
We who is little embraces the hand. That is not that is not of us.
You've learned a lot, actually. She fidgets a little uncomfortably now, put on the back foot. Well, yeah, moves back away.
We have been gifted the ability to understand. It has become our duty to understand all. So we must learn.
She like claps her hands. What a fascinating direction to take things. Well, you've done a great job being the audience, so I suppose it's my turn. She shifts and moves over this way, and then she raises a finger to her mouth. She raises a thumb to her mouth, and then just places it inside, puffs up her cheeks, and then explodes into a dozen core spirits. It just rests around the clearing, and all of the little blobs as one begin to speak up, looking at the collective. The voice echoing from all sides around you. Well, now it's your turn. Give us your wisdom.
Our wisdom. What have we learned?
What have
We
we?
must consider.
What have we learned? What could we give the aspect of our mother?
We began as one, a single ant. A single ant that was part of a colony that was a part of an ecosystem that is but one aspect of the world. Though we who as our mother might consider themselves to be separate from ourselves, we affect each other in a way that makes us one.
They all start to sort of flutter and float around, and like a swarm of bats, they almost like recombine in the center, reforging good old Kokuten.
We do not react to this.
The life you've lived. The life you've lived is far more exciting than the life I've lived, I think. She like flutters there in the air. Perhaps that's why I find your manner of speech so relaxing. It's like speaking to the plants or the trees.
We are the trees and the plants.
And you do an excellent job voicing them. She looks over to the man, and then looks back over to you. And then looks around at this glade, this area. Maybe I miscalculated. I thought you were a collective of creatures moving around. No. She sort of takes a step backwards. Well, what an interesting puzzle. You said you started as an ant.
This memory is that of one. One that has always been an aspect of the whole.
Memories are an aspect granted to creatures. She sort of like waves a hand. It's a gift given to things with brains, nervous systems, and it seems like you're connecting those up and drawing from them. You're reading from a book, but believe it or not, your tale begins before page 1. She sort of like moves back around. I think you're something a little more fundamental than an ant. She like prods at the ground with one of her feet.
Be not the will of the world.
She moves back over, feet tapping across the ground, and nods. I think I see the wisdom in your worldview now.
If this world that we inhabit, that is part of us, is fragmented, as we who as our mother says, perhaps it is the will of the world, our will, to unite it in harmony, so that it may grow.
Well, I think you've come up with a very nice word for it. She moves in again. Harmony. You meditate on that one. You figure out what that means. Because harmony could be overwhelming everything with a nice little mark like that. Motioning over there. Or it could mean learning to coexist with those individuals, those individual nodes. Harmony is ultimately what you decide of it. And now I find myself so very interested with your answer.
We must consider.
She moves back away, but then stops and thinks of something. Oh. Do you know why people carry parasols?
We have
don't
not
have that
considered.
She twists the one in her hands. It's to divide heaven and earth. It's to divide the will of the gods from the will of the world. She flips the parasol around. I think you'll find people are most deaf to the voice of the earth. After all, the voice of the rain, the voice of thunder, the voice of cold, it all drives life from them. It's something to be afraid of, so they cover their heads up with these. She spins the parasol again. So I'm going to leave you with a gift. She moves over. And then next to the statue, almost as if it beautifully should have existed there to begin with, she pulls out this old and weathered parasol, bracing it against the crook of your arm. Just balances backwards across you.
We who inhabit the statue consider the gift. And then we consider the concept of gift. What does we who speaks consider of the concept of gift?
We who speaks considers the concept of a gift to be an elatable thing, something that gives joy, and we also consider a parasol such as that will hardly cover most of us, but perhaps will grant shade from water to those of us within the statue who so fear it.
We have considered. We are thankful for we who was our mother's gift.
She just nods, grins, and then folds her hands behind her back and takes a few steps backward.
But we have also considered it is rude for we who is separate from you to not impart a gift of our own.
She's smiling so wide. Oh, you're considering politeness now. Okay.
One must consider many worldviews.
She's beaming at you.
And the statue, we who inhabit the statue, reaches an arm out, and from the mouth of the statue departs a centipede that crawls down the shoulder and out to the hand and reaches out to her.
She's gonna reach forward and take that centipede.
Take this aspect of ourselves with you so that we might be able to understand this world that is fragmented a little more.
She sort of smiles, looking down at it, like plays with it between her long, evil fingers. Picks it up, and then, just like that, she twists her hand once, and it disappears. And once again, it returns to the flock. Very well. She sort of smiles. "Oh, I'm feeling some more of that unity again." Sort of stretches her back. You find anyone more deserving of that parasol, you pass it off, okay? But until then, I want you to meditate really hard on what divides heaven and earth and that concept of harmony of yours.
We must consider who is worthy of dividing.
She nods with that and then takes a step away and then pauses as if remembering something. And I want to know, at the end of all of this, at the end of everything you've seen, I want to hear your answer again, whether or not you believe yourself to be a god.
We see. If we who is our mother has the desire to communicate with us, who is united, consider the centipede. It is an aspect of ourselves that can hear.
She kind of like blinks a few times. fascinating thing you are. And then sort of like begins to move off back into the woods. She's thinking to herself, well, knowing how things work out, yeah, that one will be a problem for him. A wicked grin crossing her face. She wanders back into the woods.
Oh my god. And so we see the departure of the aspect of our mother, and we are left with a question to ponder. And with our new thought, we have yet to discover what it means to think, but we now have a purpose for it at the very least. And with that, we, for now, will rest until the next time we must act. High society. A concept you know very, very well. You're quite inundated with it, in fact. High society guides everything you do, from what you do when you wake up, what you do during the day, and what you do when you fall asleep. There are various outlines of procedures for every single facet of your life. And though this is a great pressure, it also means that when life chooses to be harder, there's a fallback plan, an easy set of guidelines to follow to move from day to day. When constantly struggling, you may always fall back upon these rules. And today, you sit within your foyer, or not your foyer actually. I'm going to move you. You start today staring face to face with a mirror, your own expression constantly locked to you, keeping a vigilant watch. I'll close it down a little bit. You, Ryoko,
Yes.
are trying to come to terms with meeting someone today. You are staring at this mirror. You've gotten dressed, put in a number of accessories. You've even applied some makeup, and you've been staring forward, watching, and something seems to catch in the mirror, and you're not quite sure what. Something feels caught up, but you're not sure if it's something about you or perhaps something else in your mind, but all the same, there's a trepidation within your heart. A nervousness, perhaps.
Yeah, she's really excited. She's really nervous.
Yes. You've gotten everything perfect, you would hope. This is about the most presentable you've been, and quite frankly, you are always presentable. So, everything should go fine. Tell me, when in the confines of your room, away from the outside, this is something of a free space for yourself. You are always supposed to remain elegant and true to form to what you are as a noble. All the same, while here, in this place, you, all the same, can let down the guise of noble poshness for a little while. That which allows you to get through the day, putting on airs and coming face to face with a bunch of people who talk nonstop. You, in this moment, are still. This entire room is a place of stillness. No need for forced action. So, in that space, how are we feeling about the day to come? How are we feeling about the person we're going to meet? Everything that's stacked up.
Nervous.
Mm-hmm.
She's always known this day was coming. This day was always going to happen. But it's finally here, you know? It's like something that she's always been nervous and excited about because it's something everyone has always looked forward to.
Mm-hmm.
She's just very nervous, but that is not an expression she knows how to make.
I see. Yes. So, as you stare at your visage across in the mirror, you you feel inadequately able to. Well, I suppose, in a way, you don't see the anxiousness that you feel inside reflected upon the face of the person in the mirror. Which is sure enough sign that if there is no expression for it, it is not an emotion that a noble must fear or hold on to. So, with that in mind, you step up, collect your things, and, well, you believe it's time to leave. Head out of here, and make your way out into the world proper. You step out, moving into your room. A number of plants that have been left by the window seals, watered, kept perfect, are laid around your room, granting a bit of freshness to the room itself. And immediately outside, you know that someone will be waiting for you.
Which door do I got? This one or
This
this
one.
one? Okay.
Yes, this one. You take a moment. Resolve
Nothing
yourself.
to it but to do it.
Mm-hmm. So you stop, take a moment, and you step outside your door, moving and standing ever so high up into the your back, straight up, almost lying vertical or almost lying perpendicular with the very heavens. You step on outside, and someone loyally stands over to the side, waiting for you.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Lady Ryoko.
It's good to see you this morning.
Takes a swift bow and is looking over you. Everything ready. Okay. Takes
So-
a breath.
Now then, as the head maid, you have been left with a large list of goods that need to be done, and on top of this list, there is a number of things that you've already gotten in order. The man of the hour is yet to arrive, but while this is still not, while the man of the hour is not yet arrived, there are a few things yet to be done. The servants have prepared everything within their power, but there is one thing that was left. Father needed to leave to collect a few things of import, but in the meanwhile, you have been left with a specific list of tasks that have been accomplished, except for one. One that was left for Ryoko. One that was left Ryoko for perhaps the added little pat on the back for moving past that anxious period. It's a task, something that Ryoko is familiar with setting up, and might grant her a little bit of time wasting before the big moment. It is to organize the meal for the day. You've come up to collect. The rest of the maids await downstairs.
Have you thought about what meal will be prepared?
Well, I was debating between if I wanted to serve fish or not. Since his family is also from a coastal city, I wonder if it would be too much of a show.
Oh, also, let me move over here. There are two exits downstairs. One is here, which takes you out to the main hall, and the other one takes you down to the side towards the kitchen or around the servant areas. So, if you wanted to go straight to the kitchen, you could head this way.
I think that's what she's gonna do.
You all...
Well, fish would be a good decision, I believe.
I was debating between that and maybe some kind of poultry.
I know they do receive many imports from the areas surrounding. Do you think our poultry could suffice to the palate of one such as he?
You have heard this is one of the most premier families within Golden Beaches. They have this one, your fiance, Toba. He's probably tasted every dish under the sun. He's probably tasted poultry cooked in any other way, the best kind of poultry all around the world. Perhaps poultry would be too predictable.
Too predictable. That was my fear. I suppose we will go with fish. It is more local, I suppose.
I hold great confidence in our great city's fish, my lady.
As do I. That's why I was leaning towards it, I suppose. Maybe. I wonder what sort of side dishes to have.
You ponder the side dishes as you start wandering on down, moving on down the stairs, and let me just move you guys over. As you take steps down the stairs, moving and considering, you believe if you were to have a nice fish dinner, then you could potentially, Actually, I want you to roll a die for me really quick. I want to decide something off of that. Let's see what you get higher. Oh, well, Ryoko, you think fish is obviously a very important part of Ocean Veins culture and history. The catching of fish and crawfish and all the assortment of different underwater life that finds its way up to the shores of Ocean Veins is one of the very few exports besides crafting that Ocean Veins makes. It also makes its way into the cuisine of all, from the very bottom to the very top of society. It is absolutely one of the most important things you could show in terms of Ocean Veins, but perhaps preparing a side from abroad would assist as well. Something from your mother's hometown or your mother's home country of Windrose could prove a suitable combination with the local cuisine that would also, in a way, show equal parts of you. One part the heiress of the family, the great illustrious family of Yoshinaga, but another part Ryoko, the master craftswoman, the daughter of your father and your mother, you. And with that in mind,
She pulls a little book out of her shirt,
Ooh.
and she opens it up. And she goes through several pages, and she turns to Noritachi, and she goes, "I was considering, do you think it would be too much trouble to ask them to make something like this?" And she points at a recipe that she's pulled out of a book
ooh,
and written down in her own personal notebook.
Noritachi leans in and examines.
Hmm.
Why, anything for you, my dear lady.
I know it might be a bit of a trouble to ask them to prepare Windrosy dishes, but
Nothing that could not be solved with just a little bit of speed of You step actually over into the kitchen, where two maids are waiting patiently, and you head up with your dish in mind, and both look and give a bow as you approach. Lady Yoshinaga, we are eager to prepare any sort of dish you like.
good evening. I would like your opinions as well. I was considering a fish dish. I'm sure you would have more expertise in the matter than me, but I was also wondering if it would be too much trouble to ask you to prepare this to go alongside it. And she kind of like shows the recipe to them.
One of the maids steps up and takes a look at the recipe, kind of leaning forward ever so slightly and looking. Oh my, this... Yes, I believe we should have the ingredients for this.
All right.
This is a meal it makes sense they would keep it on hand. It's something you've requested from time to time. It was a dish that your mother quite liked to eat, and as a result, it's one you'd had to taste quite a lot. There's a bit of nostalgia to it, as these two sort of move over to the side. One kind of steps up and, if you would excuse me, bows, and
Bows back to them.
takes a step out, moves over to the edge, and starts heading out to start looking for some form of ingredients. Meanwhile, the other maid... If it would please you, we will get started almost immediately. Do you have a preference for drinks tonight, Miss Ryoko?
Hmm.
My apologies.
No, you're perfectly fine. That would pair well. Maybe a juice of some sort? Fruit juice, perhaps? Do
They
you have anything
consider
with
the
pear?
Oh, I believe we do, yes. We should be able to sort that out rather quickly. I believe we do have a imported. We do have something imported. In fact, she kind of thinks, waiting for a moment. I very well might be able to find one that would be something of vintage. Yes. Alcoholic or non-alcoholic?
I would ask non-alcoholic, but we could prepare something in case he asks for it. On the side?
I see, yes. Just in case, I will have a bottle aged to, well, how about we say, she considers Toba's very own age. A bit of an acknowledgement of us understanding Toba and also his family's lineage. We should only get him one of the oldest bottles we have. And beyond that, we'll make sure every other drink is on hand.
I appreciate the thought. Thank you so much for your advice. And she does like a little bow.
The maid bows as well. And then also moves over. If you would excuse me.
Excellent suggestions.
She stops, waiting to be excused for a moment.
Ah,
Ryoko gestures that she may leave.
She leaves. At which point, both of you are left standing around momentarily inside of the kitchen.
Is there anything else that I'm needed to take care of before this meeting?
You don't think so? In fact, no. It seems as though you've started moving, you've got something prepped up, and at this point, you are now left free. You could do some reading, or you could basically do anything you'd like for the moment. No, it's best to stay indoors for now because, well, you want to make sure someone is in the household when they arrive.
Father's out currently, yes?
Yes.
Would
So
you mind helping me
momentarily-
pick out ink?
that would be no issue, ma'am.
Alright. She's going to make her way to wherever they would store the ink.
All right, sure thing. So, you would be able to head out through that hall, and let's see. You believe your father had some ink, but best leave his room alone. So instead, you consider. You believe there would be some link. There is some ink in the storage cabinets, but more conveniently, perhaps for use, there are inks inside of your library.
Which direction is the library?
It's right down here.
Sorry, I was zoomed out or zoomed
That's
in. I
fair.
couldn't see it.
Yeah.
She's going to make her way over here and open the door.
You open the door, head on inside, and you see your vast collection of books hanging up on the wall. Some ledgers kept over and used for business, others recreational reading, instructional manuals, and otherwise. The ink is correctly surmised by you over here in this cabinet.
She's going to open a couple of them and look through the different inks that they have currently. She's just looking for something that is easy to use, like easy, because she's prepared a gift for Toba, and she's looking for something that would be easy to use with a glass pen, so something that would hold well to it.
Okay.
So she's just sorting through them.
Yes, an ink. So there are a couple of inks laid inside of here. There are a few options as well. You just actually, you know what? Give me a roll to do really quick. Probably with Ryoko's yellow. You want to lock in yours? You can.
Repeat that to me.
You're going to make a roll with your yellow attribute, I believe in this case. Roll to do.
Okay, I will lock it in.
In order to assist, may I lock out a die?
Yes, you can, and I'll say for this, add an extra d6 at the end of this one.
Okay.
Nice. So,
I needed it.
yeah.
Help.
I mean, with your attribute bonuses you'll probably have, that's absolutely good. Let's just roll. Yeah, okay. So yes, I guess you did need it in
Needed
this
it.
moment, but
I needed it.
So
You hold your hand over one end.
you politely clear your throat, and Ryoko, you go through selecting and looking across your many assorted inks, and you settle along one that is a delicate ink that actually it has a bit more of a bluish hue. It is still undeniably dark, but the ink itself, when inside the glass, has almost a sort of bluish glow when held under the light, instead of a more darker, either purer black or purplish. And as you gaze at that, you notice, perfect. This ink will be almost a representation of ocean veins in that way. Handed directly across, the ink, just as good as any other, still holds blue when held up to the light. Much like
She
how your
probably-
family, despite you will be joining up with that family, you will still always have ocean veins inside of you.
Yes, I think she probably tests it several times in her own notebook just to make sure, and she closes it up. She puts it into her coat with all of her assorted things that she keeps in there. Her like little kimono. She's got like a little vial of. She's got her pen and her notebook, and now she's just got like a thing of ink in there. And she's like, "All right, well, I left my gift in the meeting room already, so I wouldn't have to carry it around. It's kind of delicate, so we should be good."
Fine choice of ink, my lady.
Thank
Took
you.
a few tries, but you got there.
Well, the ones I prefer to use are not as, I suppose, up to their standards.
Yes. Standards.
You see, she just kind of I think reflexively went for the ones that she uses, which are just
Yeah.
like normal ink. She goes through it so quickly.
It's probably why she asked for assistance.
Yeah, she's like, "Well, I just want to go." I just like if it had just been her, she probably would have been like, "Well, this is the one I use." Picks it up.
So
Reliable.
then, with this now, you both, collecting your ink and everything, you have been left with just a little bit of time. So, with that, you ponder if there's any other ways you could get ready. And as you both head on out into the main hall once more, you think on, well, I have my gift. It's in the meeting room, which will be, I believe you would be, first off, most likely you'll be greeting him and his family, at which point, or immediate retainers, at which point you two will be expected to, or be allowed a time for yourselves to meet and engage. And then afterwards, hopefully, you'll be able to meet your father again. So, you both...
I meet with him. He meets with his dad.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
how it works.
Yeah, you know how it is.
It works.
At a point, while you both were getting prepared, I'd say you'd moved on over to this room. Let me just clear that up for you. This was a waiting room, one that was assembled as like a meeting, a lounging hall, a place to meet guests. And moving around, you've been getting things set up, and Ryoko's been supervising to a degree to make sure everything would be unfair to say nothing was set up. But Ryoko now is able to make adjustments herself to the actual room in question. Lady Yoshinaga's own personal flair to the meeting. And moving around, I imagine you might have placed a few personal effects in the area, perhaps.
Maybe like some flowers from her room or something in the pots or
imagine
something
so.
like that.
Yes, and I'd also imagine you'd placed perhaps a few of your own creations around the area. Some of your own
Yes,
crafts, so that you could
some-
show off.
Some of her decorations that she's made, probably on like the, if this is the sitting area, probably like over on this, and maybe on this table, and maybe like over here.
Mm-hmm. And it's around at that point that the door actually ends up pushing open as someone moves in with a little bit of haste, still moving politely, but kind of bowing down. "Excuse me, Lady Yoshinaga.
Yes.
It appears our guests have arrived early."
Oh.
Early? Yes, actually, a little too early. it seems as though you were not expecting them for another hour or two, but it seems as though they've arrived here. Taking a step out, moving a little quicker before fully allowing herself to be excused, most likely running towards the entrance to go appease unexpected guests.
That's early.
How kind of them to get it out of the way quickly, I suppose.
So you approach, moving to the door. And as you stand, you feel, okay, I want you to, gonna drop your swing. You feel your heart beating. Roll the die. Let's see. Just, you can, as a free swing, you're feeling pretty, oh, here it is. It's just that final moment. No, that's nice. But currently your father is out. You are, at least temporarily, lady of the house. And so, you stand tall, prepare yourself, and move on
Pops
through
out
the
her
door.
chest and walks through the door with
Yes.
so much elegance and grace.
Yes, you do so. And as you can move into the darkness for a second, you step through. And as you do, you notice directly across from you the form, also flanked by many other seeming family members that sort of stand elegantly. He looks directly across at you, and he's turns around. I must apologize for our fresh entry at such an early hour, but we just arrived off the boat, and we decided it would be a pointless endeavor to simply find a place to stay when we could first make ourselves apparent. One less trip, and all of that.
I appreciate the consideration. Please, come inside.
Yes, thank you. He stands, moving up. As he steps, the family also moving behind. All of them thanking the maid as they go. And you get your first glance at this one. Tomiya Toba, the soon-to-be head of the family that holds account over the Scorpion Guardian of Golden Beaches, one of the greatest of the one of the greatest of the summoned beings that defends the city. As it is well known in tradition, Golden Beaches has always held a great regard for the act of summoning, and as a result, the greatest of summoner families have always held sway, the greatest of which being this, the Scorpion. The Scorpion that lies within the sand at the beach. Moving over to the side, you move over as the family spreads around, and comment from one of the sides, My, what a wonderful estate. He kind of turns over and, Lady Yoshinaga, yes?
Yes. It was
Ah,
a pleasure to meet you.
it is a pleasure. Tell, where is your father?
I believe he's currently out of the house. What was she told he was doing?
He was, preparing gifts for all of the guests. You had one in prep for him, but he also was preparing, details of stay, other sorts of things like that. Basically getting, I suppose, a noble care package for everyone here.
He is currently preparing the details of your stay as well as gifts for all of you.
Ah, excellent. Yes, your father is quite the kind man. And over to the side, Toba just kind of seems to stare there, and yeah, your eyes drift over again and address as, yes, this is him.
This is my fiance.
He stands, looks across. Is there a place to sit? We're all rather exhausted.
This way
course.
to the waiting room, master.
I see. He steps on this way, moving down, stepping into the room, as everyone sort of sits to follow suit. And eventually, everyone sort of makes their way inside. And say everyone starts getting sit down. There's some discussion between some. Other people seem curious to engage with you. Toba seems to be standing around, kind of looking around the house, just sort of inspecting things.
She gives a bow and she says, I hope the furniture is all right. We do have mostly Windrosy furniture. If there's any way I could accommodate you better, please let me know. My name is Ryoko Yoshinaga. It is nice to meet all of you.
Toba nods his head. I am Tomiya Toba, your fiance. It is a pleasure, and do not fear the accommodations. We are quite used to these sort of arrangements, and beyond that, this is truly a wonderful mansion, befitting of the great family of the Ocean Veins.
I appreciate your kind words.
Tell me, did your father give an estimate of his return?
Within the hour, surely. He would have surely arrived before your given time.
I see. Then there's nothing to be done for it. We are, of course, intruding, and so we will be patient. Though, he kind of stops and thinks about that. He kind of moves over to the side and considers the shelves and everything around. You notice
I appreciate your patience greatly.
This one heads over to the side and addresses the maid. Excuse me. If we will be waiting for some time, I believe would it be most acceptable for us to have some drink?
Yes, of course. I will go prepare that right away.
Excellent. Toba speaks up from the corner. Alcoholic, please.
Ryoko, like, good thing I asked him to set that aside.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You step out momentarily, and you can just head to the kitchen and then come back whenever you want, as probably in due haste. But Toba then actually ends up approaching you slightly. I have heard much about Lady Yoshinaga.
Well, do tell. What have they said?
I hear he considers, was it a journeyman crafter? Glass blowing?
Yes. My mastery ceremony has been put off due to the wedding.
I see. He considers that, well, it is something of most importance, so it is.
It is.
He kind of considers that, what, the peacock goddess blesses those with mastery with a tail, correct?
Yes, she does.
Suppose you won't have to worry about that.
I suppose I shan't.
He kind of like, he gives this little bit of a smile as he looks across, he's like, yes, I think, after all, it should turn out that a marriage to one of the great Toba family members should prove to be one of the greatest accomplishments many will ever achieve in life. I hope you're happy with it.
I can be nothing but delighted.
I see. He kind of, his face kind of shrinks down again. All the same, if it would please you, if we're going to be waiting for an hour, perhaps... He kind of waits as the headmaid ends up stepping back inside with a drink. You head in with a bottle and some drinks, and you step to the side, serving out and doling out drinks as one passes to him and he checks it. He takes a whiff and then takes a drink of it. Good wine. Peachy. That's interesting. He kind of turns over to Ryoko again. Well, anyways, we're supposed to have an appointed time to perhaps meet and talk a little more in depth. If that would be quite all right, I'd prefer to take that now.
I do not mind. I do not see what the point in waiting would be.
Dear cousin, he turns over to the side, and this figure kind of stands up a little more. Yes, Toba? If it would do you no mind as well, I would like to excuse me and Ryoko. He says that, and the figure kind of looks back and forth. Yeah, sure. Sounds positively wonderful. He kind of gives a bit of a smirk as he turns over to you. I believe it's time to go. If you would be so kind to lead me off, I'd love to discuss more deeply matters.
She will head in this direction.
He follows behind.
politely holds the door open for him.
Thank you very much. You're very kind. He steps out.
So which direction is the... So this is the... So, okay, this is the library, this is the
Yes.
meeting room. What's this room?
That room is your father's study.
Okay, not
but-
a lot in there.
Yes, but upstairs there's a nice room you could meet. It's a bit more, will be way more private as well. So,
If you would follow me this way.
I shall. He moves on up. Ryoko, how are you feeling so far?
She's like, wow, I'm way more nervous than I thought I'd be.
Yeah.
she's normally so much more like effortlessly calm, but she's putting in a lot of effort to be calm right now. And she's like, oh wow, this is way more nerve-wracking than I thought it'd be.
Yeah.
Because she's used to the constant judgment, but she's like, man, it sucks because I know I'm gonna have to impress this guy for the rest of my life.
Yeah, so you're kind of realizing, how am I gonna do that? I hope I can.
And
So-
she's
Mhm.
finding it harder to find words than she would like.
Yeah, that's definitely a fair point. He seems to move up. He seems tired as one point. Perhaps sailing a long distance has caused him some form of fatigue. He seems to be sipping on the wine he has been granted a little gingerly as he sort of steps up and follows you, and you both head upstairs. A sort of silence befalling you, neither deigning to speak before you reach your destination. And as I'll direct you, stepping to the side, the room will be located this way.
This way?
Yes, there's a little bit of a waiting hall, and then inside is the one of the primary studies. Not your father's personal, but one that is used for meetings.
I see. I appreciate you coming all this way with me, despite how tired you must be from your long travel.
He's silent. And
She opens the door and holds it for him.
see, you open the door. He steps forward, steps on inside, and then waits patiently for the next door to be opened.
Is it this one?
Yes. And you head on inside, moving into a new location. Let me reveal this, actually. There we go. You step on in, and he moves over as well inside of the room. And after you've both sort of standing in here, you've been given a proper space. It would be a bit impolite for him to sit down first, as he is the guest, though also due to the nature of the room, you're supposed to be speaking on equal terms, so sitting at the chair there would be a bit
Rather
impolite as well. So
yeah.
if you're going to be speaking on equal terms, then in this case, the most polite thing to do is obviously for both of you to stand up. So you do
Yes.
so. You both
Yes.
stand a bit awkwardly at first, and then he kind of looks across and then checks out the room in general and is just like, all right, well then.
I apologize. It's harder to arrange these sorts of things with this sort of furniture, but she comes around here and pulls something out from under the desk, and she's like, well, while my father is arranging most of the gifts for everyone else, I was to arrange the gift for you, and she extends something to him. It is a glass statue of a scorpion, in which the body of the scorpion is hollowed out and the tail detaches and is a pin.
Oh, that's really cool.
And she pulls the ink that she had out of her coat and she says, it is a pin and fountain, and here is some ink as well.
He looks at it, grabbing these, and he kind of kind of looks at them a little bit, and he just kind of, you notice that he almost makes like a bit of a face as he kind of checks it, just like
Forced
"What is
smile
this?
SFX.
Yeah, what is this? He takes them, goes and puts them immediately down on the table over at the side. I suppose it makes sense. It's a funny little gift. I already have 100 different fountain pens, though.
I
He's
apologize
sort of-
if it's not to your liking.
He stops and turns up. No. Let me address something right now. He
Hmm?
kind of looks directly across at you. He kind of thinks a bit. Ryoko is the name I can say in private, right? You are Ryoko for me, after all. I can't call you Atoba yet, but I mean, you are Ryoko, so if you'll excuse me, I'm just going to use that when we talk.
That is acceptable.
I see. He kind of looks across. Then let me get one thing across immediately. Are you looking forward for the ceremony?
I can't say I know yet.
He stops. I see. Well, I can tell you quite frankly, my father arranged this marriage, and if we're going to be a husband and wife, then at the end, all I mostly expect is for you to be able to listen to me when I talk, you understand? I don't want to deal with all of this annoying noble crap. Do you get me?
Yes, I understand.
Good. You can do whatever the hell you want. And if you leave me alone, I'll do whatever the hell I want. You get it?
I believe I understand.
Alright, good. He kind of steps over to the side a bit and kind of goes over and checks around the counter, taking the pen a little bit, and then kind of moves over to the side and checks out the chair a little bit, and he sits on down. Well, if all that's out the window, why don't you go sit over there? I don't really feel like talking right now. I'm tired, we just went off the boat, and all my chatty family members are annoying as hell. So we're gonna sit in here for like 30 minutes, we're gonna be quiet, and then we're both gonna walk out, and we're gonna go downstairs smiles. That sound good?
Of course.
He sits down, waits there, kind of rests his hand against the table, and presses his chin down against it, sort of tapping his finger against the desk. And I'm going to roll something really quick for him. First, this is the challenge, and let's see how he does. Okay. Well, he probably has attributes, but I'm going to take that as a... And at a certain point, about 5 minutes later, he breaks his own word as he speaks up. No, actually. He kind of turns over and looks directly at you. I have something fun to talk about.
Yes.
He kind of looks directly across at you. Tell me, are you excited to go back to our place? The great city of the Golden Beaches.
How excited were you to come here?
Not in the slightest. He kind of lowers his expression just a little bit. What I'm asking is if you're willing to change to... If you're excited, it'll make it easier. If not, then you're going to have a few problems when you get all the way over there. Golden
I
Beaches.
shall have several problems.
Oh yeah, of course. Golden Beaches in its own right is a grand city full of annoying people. He kind of pulls out the pin that you gifted him, having kind of like looking at it, and he sort of just like taps it down against the table a little bit. There's no ink, so nothing will stain, but he's sort of just playing around
But
with
it's
it in his
glass
hand.
and delicate.
Yeah.
Smiley face.
And he's sort of just like looking at it, and he's just like, the scorpion always has to have its tail, or else something bad might happen. So, if it's for the best, I'd say once you get back there, you're going to need to learn a bit more about our customs. If you mess up and do something that would be okay in Ocean Veins that's not okay over there, you're going to get in serious trouble, and it's going to drag both of us down. You understand?
I understand. I will admit that one of the things I was actually excited for was learning more.
Yeah, okay. If you want to learn more about Golden Beaches, you'll have plenty of opportunities. But he kind of stops. If you really want to hear what's wrong with the place, full of a bunch of treacherous assholes. He sort of leans back on the chair, tapping it again. He's dropped all signs of sort of noble postures. He kind of leans back. The entire city's a joke. All the culture's from some other place. Everything's just us grasping for straws over there. A lot of people cowering, groveling up to try to get some of the Scorpion families, the great Toba family's honor. They want to drink drops that fall down from our gutters. He kind of turns over to the side. So just ignore them, and don't cause any trouble, and I'm pretty sure everything will go fine. You understand?
I appreciate the advice.
Good. He he leans back just a bit more. Once again, twiddling the scorpion tail in his thumb. And with that, a silence sort of seems to reign across. One more interruption. On the bright side, you get to leave all this drab wood behind. We have a whole marble mansion, one that shimmers within the sunlight. Why'd you make it like this? What, did you do some sort of, Oh, right, your mom was a foreigner, wasn't she?
Yes, my mother was indeed Windrosy.
Sorry about that, I'm sure that's just been a headache.
I'm actually rather proud of it, but yeah, most other nobles don't appreciate it.
Most other nobles will find any excuse to yell and scream.
She's trying to come off as, like, nonchalant, but is just not.
He, sort of, looks across. All the same, it's alright that you're a foreigner, at least partially. That's not a problem. Some would put up some sort of protest for that, but those are outdated and old-fashioned. Really, though, it's just a shame you have to put up with such boring architecture. What? I've read about Windrose. There's some fancy stuff there. There's some grand... there's not some grand spires there or whatever, but he kind of taps the pen against his horn a bit, trying to think. What? It's some kind of, oh, jeez. He kind of,
She waits patiently for him
Yeah.
to say whatever he's about to, whatever microaggression he's about
Yeah.
to say to her.
I know. They have some marvelous noble palaces here, so I'm just so curious. Did your father, or I suppose your mother, did your mother ever tell you why she decided to design it like a fisher home before she died?
There are several seconds of silence. There are several seconds of silence before she just, with the ring of a bell, it's like a small little chive, and then she goes, "No, I can't say she did. I was
Guess
much
you're
too
left-
young at the time."
Oh, I see. Well, I guess if you've grown up used to it, then I'm sure it has its own charms.
I do find it to be quite charming.
He kind of released this, like, grim chuckle out. Yes, well, charm fades with time.
Seems to have faded rather quickly on your end.
He kind of turns over. Yes, a lot of charms faded from everything, hasn't it? I hope you weren't charmed at all about the prospects of this marriage.
I was not sure how to feel, and I think I'm developing my opinions as we speak.
Good. He's like, kind of leans back against the chair, and he, kind of pulls back a little bit and looks at the pen. Makes a noise with his mouth, kind of sticks it back in. You check over near the edge, and you notice something. He was looking at a part of the pen, and as you kind of look across, you notice that area of the pen that holds ink is cracked ever so slightly, having
he was
been
thumping it
tapped on
around.
his... Yeah, it seems as though the moment he tapped it on the chitinous horn that lies upon his head, it cracked a little bit, and it seems as though a few drops of ink fall out of it like tears hitting down, splashing against the table. At a point, Toba sort of gets up and starts moving away. All right, then. I'm sure we've given them enough time. Let's go. I'm getting rather hungry.
Of course.
He steps out, moving across. He moves over to the side and then kind of looks over and sees no one. You notice his large scorpion tail just kind of swinging a bit. He's moving a bit unrefined until he sort of gets to the stairs, and then he stands full up, his tail almost arching in a perfect half-moon arch, and it sort of sticks there as he walks downstairs, almost returning to the same form that first graced the doorstep of your shabby fisher's home, apparently.
She says nothing and simply follows.
You start heading down, and as you move, you make your way downstairs once more. Let me just drop you two here. And as you go, actually, let me drag you to a loading screen first for a second. Get it ready.
When will my dad be home?
Good news about that.
Yes, Dad, save me.
As you start heading down, you first came back to the meeting hall, but noticed everyone had been moved. A bit of chatter emerges from the dining hall, and that informs you well enough that things have already started to move in that direction. And so, you all head over and prepare to first meet your guests back again and hopefully get this out of the way. Let the day end. But of course, you hold yourself high. You are, after all, you and your father have a guest to finish meeting as you step on and down your way over to the dining hall right attached to the kitchen. And meanwhile, let me drop that over there. He steps first, moving dignified, as he waits for the side and waits for you to open the door.
Comes over and opens the door politely for him.
He steps on through, and as you go through, you notice on the other side, the head maid, along with another maid, is assembled. Everyone's sitting down, and on top of all that, perfectly sitting across, with a spot right next to you, is your father. He sits, looking across. Ah, Ryoko, welcome.
Oh, father, welcome home. I apologize for our lateness. We went ahead and had our meeting.
He steps up to the side. Yes, your darling daughter is utmost charming. And hang on one moment. Okay. So he stops and looks over. Yes, your darling daughter is absolutely precious. He kind of nods his head. Yes, I'm glad you're two getting along so well. He moves on over to the side, and if you'll excuse me, he steps forward and looks, and he goes and takes a seat next to your father. Moving over, and he speaks. Lord Yoshinara, if it would do you kind, I'd enjoy speaking just a little bit with you. We've had a long journey here, and I've heard much about your family. He speaks up, talking to your father, and a dinner procession is had, small talk is made, and eventually everyone is excused, save for everyone has sort of head out. You've ended up seeing everyone off, as with time, you all walked over to the exit point, and Toma said his farewells, and you were left alone with your father and your house staff, Ryoko. So, tell me, what do you do now?
She turns and she's like, well, I hope they visit again soon.
Yes. Hopefully their stay is enjoyable. They seem to have taken well. Excellent. Well then. He kind of goes over to the side and looks directly at you. Daughter, how are you faring? I imagine you were a little anxious at first, yes?
Yes, I was quite nervous. I believe I have come to understand the situation well, though.
Oh?
Yes, we talked quite a bit, and I think I understand. I believe this was a very needed visit.
He kind of smiles a little. Yes, I suppose it was. It is always important to see these things with your own eyes instead of leaving them only in your head. The reality sets in and you grow more comfortable with it. I'm sure things will go quite well. You know, He kind of moves over. You know, I'm going to miss you quite a lot.
I'm going to miss you as well.
He kind of nods his head. Though, I'm sure you'll be the brightest vein in Golden Beaches. You've done our family the most honors. And perhaps, while you're down there, you'll be able to... before you leave, I'm quite sure you'll get that master position.
I certainly do hope so.
The maid to the side has been waiting patiently, as both of you just waited to see off. But at which point, your father turns over. Please, both of you, if you could clean up after our guests and reset the tables.
Of course, Master.
You
I
both head out.
appreciate you guys' assistance with the meal today. She smiles and nods at you as you leave.
It was the most delicious meal. You did wonderfully. And with that, your father makes the turnaround. Well then, if there's nothing else, I will be departing to get some more of my work done. After all, I had to make a quick exception to run out. They still beat me here. Can you believe it?
They came rather early. It seems they did not want to wait. Would it
suppose
be all right if I came and spoke to you later?
Yes, of course. He steps out, and with that, you're left alone momentarily. What do you do in this immediate moment?
Makes her way to her room.
Of course, yes. You go up immediately, heading your way up to your room. And as you rush up those steps, you, almost like a blur, moving at the max amount of speed. Well, actually, are you still moving elegantly? I want you to make a roll to
Yes.
do... Okay, yes, of course.
She is.
Okay.
I've
So,
been rolling to die to determine how she's feeling this whole
Yeah.
time alongside, and I'm like, okay.
Okay, so you step up, and very quickly, no servants, you make yourself your way into your room as you step on inside.
Takes the bell out of her hair.
You take the bell out of your hair, place it down. You immediately land on your bed.
She just lays face down on her bed, like sprawled out, face down on the bed. Like, wow, that was a disaster.
Yeah. You press your head down. You feel some of your you feel deflated. It's not even late. You woke up only a good couple of hours ago, and yet you already feel drained almost completely.
Feels
Your
like
entire
3
body.
days have passed without sleep.
Mm-hmm. And you lay down in your bed, and all the same, you feel a pressure that is not left ever since he's left. In fact, it's stuck with you. Like a bleeding wound, it continues to weep out of your heart. This is, to say the least, this was not as expected.
She had hoped that at least they would be able to get along, or perhaps they would be able to be friends, or anything of the sort. And he made it clear almost immediately he had no intention to do that and wanted nothing to do with her. And she's just like, great, and I have to sit and listen to him for the rest of my life in his marble palace.
He has a big marble palace, yes.
He seems to think so highly of it.
You will continue to stew like this for the next couple of minutes. Perhaps even longer. At a certain point, you have to ask yourself, what are you going to do about this? Are you ready to live the rest of your life with this person? Away from family, from home? Locked within inside of your house, avoiding trouble, as he said.
No, I don't think she will be able to do that.
I see. In which case, there's only one option left.
I have
You've
to
gotta-
go ask my dad if I can call off this marriage.
He should be available. He should be around.
I made sure to ask him if I could speak to him.
Yes,
So-
in fact, you're pretty sure by this point he's made his way up to his he's probably located in the public meeting hall right now. If you wanted to speak to him, you would have moved there later. So
He's probably in
right
the
where you met
office.
Tova, yeah. So with that, you stand up and begin moving down. Perhaps
Puts the bell back in her hair before
Yeah.
she walks out.
uh
Deep breath. Walks out the door.
you move out that door, heading straight on down back to that waiting hall. You give a rap on the what you do is you give a ring on the slight little bell that hangs by the door, and your father gives you a come in as you step on inside. And you notice that your father throughout the past week has been a little paler than usual. He's obviously fighting through a small bit of sickness.
Yes, he's been moving quite a bit with all of the arrangements.
Yes, you see he's run a bit in rain, you've been a bit concerned, but all the same, he sits down and looks directly across at you. So,
Good evening, Father.
good evening, Ryoko. If you would please, you may speak plainly and tell me how your day is as my daughter.
She contemplates for quite a little while, swapping back and forth between if she's going to speak or not before speaking up and saying, I have some concerns about Lord Toba.
Oh? Tell me then.
We spoke in this room for quite a while. Or he spoke in this room for quite a while. Despite wishing not to speak, I suppose.
Did not speak.
He
Quiet
told
man.
me he did not wish to speak, then proceeded to talk to me quite a bit.
I see. Burrow. He stops and he kind of looks across. Is there... something seems off. Is it perhaps... I doubt you're going to tell me that the result of him speaking was because of the miraculous charms that you put upon him. No, it was
He
something...
hardly even let me try.
I see. He considers that...
She approaches the desk and wipes her finger where some of the ink had spilled out.
Oh, I forgot to mention. You go step over there. Your gift is still sitting there.
Yeah, that's, She pushes it across the table and she says, well, this is the gift that I gave him that he broke nearly immediately.
I see. He kind of makes a face. That's... I can see your concern, yes. A bit rough around the edges, this one is.
Certainly. I was nervous before and am only more nervous now.
He kind of looks directly across. I can understand. These affairs are always nervous. I'm quite sure that Toba is nervous in his own way, though he checks across at you. I do not want you to feel so uncomfortable with this matter. But I can assure you, this is something that will fade with time. Should you be able to put on a strong face, you should find that people open up with time. He might not be too pleased about the arrangement of this marriage by the sound of it.
To be frank, he was quite open.
I see. He considers that. Well, if he's not too pleased for the marriage, I can... He stops. He was about to say something, and I believe time will dull such feelings. He will come to accept you.
Concerns. I
Hmm?
have some concerns in the matter.
Is there something we could do?
Hmm. She pauses for a while, just kind of looking at her dad, trying to figure out how she's going to say this. Hmm. Is there some way we could not go through with this wedding, or perhaps go through with it and I would not have to go there?
He stops, and you know your father. He's a very considerate man. You word this, and in a way, you always are a little bit predictable when you ask. Almost a ceremony between you two, as when you ask, you always sort of ask if we could not do something instead of asking for something like, oh, a cancellation. It's just a little small thing that seems to happen between family, and his response is quite frankly, oh, not? Would you like to do something else instead? And in this case, however, your father breaks your own personal little ceremony between father and daughter, and in this case, he speaks up, cutting through your small, vague attempt with a knife. Absolutely not. Ryoko, we must go through with this. All is everything set forward.
Of course.
He kind of, I understand there are some concerns, but I have full faith in you, Ryoko. This is not something that is unconquerable. There's a lot of fear and strangity, but the world will... You will find a way to make this all work. After all, you'll not be the only one. There might be some concerns or some frustrations that might be shared prior to a wedding, especially one that was arranged for the sake of something that is so obviously a power. But, all the same, we cannot live in these spaces forever. I am sure with time, Toba will dull. He will learn to know you, and in the same, you will learn to know him. Throughout many years, many in our family have married outward to people we did not quite know for reasons of just securing our family's position, to make sure the people of Ocean Veins are safe. At first, I will admit, I did not know your mother closer to the point of our engagement. But over time, love bloomed, and with that, our family grew healthy again.
I suppose you two have always been my role models, so I can always give it an attempt.
He kind of looks up at you. More than an attempt, Ryoko. We must give this our all. This will be difficult for all of us, and I understand that, but if you wish to face this, you must face this head on.
I will do my very best.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for meeting with me.
Yes, of course. We'll...
Are you quite alright?
Yes, I've been running all on day. If it would please you, I would ask for being excused, and I will attempt to get some sleep myself.
Of course. Would you like me to have a maid fetch some water?
Yes, please. He actually thinks... No. Take the rest of the day for yourself. It was a rough one, for sure. You may do whatever you like. He kind of stands up and moves along the desk. I will take care of things myself.
Of course.
And Ryoko,
Yes?
I am quite proud of you. I do believe you will always wear the Yoshinaga name with pride, even when it is no longer one you bear.
Thank you.
He steps out and then moves away.
Bruh. Bruh.
So, Ryoko, why don't you give me one more of those rolls to die you've been doing? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. You open that door. You move across. You don't even take off the chime for a moment there as you step across, moving out into your dressing room once more. You sit down once more against that mirror. What is it that Ryoko sees lying there?
We've never had a conversation like that before.
You never have. It is perhaps the first time you've ever felt your father treat you as a noble. Not as a noble in terms of being a proud daughter of the Yoshinaga family. No, treated you like he would any noble. A noble that would present themselves at the door asking for a handout.
I don't think she knows what to do.
There is nothing you can do. There is no noble ceremony to remove you from this place. There is no.
There's no one else to ask for help.
No.
There's nowhere she can go, no one she can turn to. She tried to approach the one person who could help her, and he told her no.
What is there for a noble lady to do at a time like this?
A deep exhale. It is times like these that we must be our most presentable.
Be your most presentable. All the same, Ryoko. You say that, but that rings out ever so hollow in your mind.
It is a face, not a feeling.
A face, not a feeling. Yes. After all, in times like these, when our mind, body, and spirit are twisted away, there are procedures we can fall upon. Things we can do to make us dull to these sorts of things. The greatest gift a noble has at their exposure. A preset set of rules on how to act, how to live, how to survive, how to feel, and how to show all of that. You stare at that mirror again, as you once more try to practice that stoic, peaceful face, twisting your expression a bit back and forth, looking across. For once again, there is no expression. No expression that a noble has that can show this feeling you have right now. No expression held on the human face for this feeling.
There is no expression a noble can hold for fear.
And with that, I think we'll call the end to this specific chunk. Within a fold, deep into the countryside of Bitsadai, one eternal being walks amongst all of the assembled life here. This land is a home for many subjects underneath the god of toads. You find yourself moving across this place, deep in thought. This is the direction you need to take to get to the meeting. Hosted upon this year in the domain of the Toad, right upon the throne. You're not sure who you'll be meeting today, but you do know that most likely it'll be a strange collection, as it always is. Hopefully old friends, if anything.
I walk forward with a noble and elegant strut forward into the Toad domain. That feels familiar. This place has been a constant among the years, a pin within all godly divinities' path. It feels nostalgic. Is the best way to put it. As he approaches this frog.
You approach the frog, which looks up at you in awe, or with some form of emotion.
Hello there. Are you here to guide me to where I need to go?
The frog hops off and then kind of turns like a bit and then looks at you and then does a waddling turn before hopping off in this direction.
Thank you for your service. As he continues forward across this nice stone bridge.
You do so. There's a breeze that blows, your hair flowing, and you stop immediately. You stop, feeling the presence behind you, carried on the wind like a whisper, landing upon the bridge. Perhaps there all along.
Hey there! Tap, tap, tap. Moves through the area. This awful, very brightly colored shape almost wraps around your body. Long time no see. What have you been up to? It almost feels like you've been avoiding me.
Avoiding you is not something I would do. Simply our paths, I guess, didn't meet up.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me get rid of that. Reaction. It's good to see you, as always. I'm glad to see the years haven't dulled your noble bearing at all.
No. If anything, they've made them... Eve ponders a bit. Stronger? I guess stronger is a word.
It does seem like your attitude has grown significantly more calm over the years. You're always as tranquil as the calmest of ponds, but now there almost seems a deeper resonance to it. Something's changed about you, God of Blood.
I could say the same about you, Coquetin.
Moves over in this direction. Rolls again. Of course, it tracks that this one wins out.
Yeah.
I don't have the faintest imaginings of what you're beginning to talk about. My noble bearing has remained the same across these many centuries.
Yes, I believe you. Isn't there supposed to be a different voice that's leading the parade this time?
I'd like to ignite this.
Yeah.
To lock it out briefly. Just,
Stop. Yeah.
Get up. Leave.
Oh, wow.
Leave.
Perfect.
Leave. Perfect. Observant as always.
Yes. I could distinguish each and every single one of your voices out in a choir full of thousands of people.
But what about my thousands of different voices, huh? Do you hear the rest of them swirling around in here?
Over the thousands of years, it's gotten easy to ignore some more annoying parts.
Well, have you heard any of the more recent additions? Like, she reaches into her coat and pulls out what appears to be a spirit of decay. The area around immediately starts to react to it.
Blood God looks at that, looks at you, looks at that again. What a curious creature you have there. Though I would not recommend pulling that out in this domain, please.
She returns it. It snaps back in, and everything returns to exactly as it was. She raises both of her hands, As always, what's buried deep within the folds of Kokuten remains there. That is a consistent across the years, regardless of what voice I speak with. She holds up her hands. But just the same, this voice wants to get to know you a whole lot better. Takes a step forwards.
Yes, it would be quite nice to get to know you better.
Is it true that you held back all the armies of Rauji during the old days?
That is merely exaggeration. I don't think I could have held all the armies back myself. I think they just respected me enough not to follow.
Is it true that you still duel the god of the hawk to this day?
Not in actual combat, just shogi matches. Nothing extreme. We've agreed not to fight because that would be very uncouth.
You win, right?
Depends on the game. I win shogi, he wins more long-form games.
You want some tips? If we're talking Go or even foreign games of strategy, I know them all. Come on. Let me teach you.
You see, tips are not what I seek. To grow alone, to learn from oneself's mistakes is the goal.
The goal isn't to win. I thought you were dueling him. She leans in a little closer.
If I won every single time, why would I duel anymore?
To keep him in his place.
I find the hawk god rather humble.
Good.
Roll to die.
I'm gonna roll to die. This one's coming unlocked immediately.
But at least the other one's still in control.
Yeah, no, oh wait, no, I didn't draw it first. Sorry, hold on. We gotta make this real. Oh, yes, of course. This one moves through the air behind you. You find the hawk god rather humble. The warmonger, seriously?
Yes, he is quite humble. Just because your aspect is war or other things doesn't mean you have to display that aspect constantly.
He called a city my fortress.
Simply, he just named it. He's trying to find excuses.
You know, that was one of my cities before then. He renamed it to my fortress to prove a point.
I think you're giving him too much credit.
Hold on, drop, reroll.
I think he named it my fortress because it was his fortress.
Come on, stop bothering him. This one chimes in. Give the man some space. This is the reason why we never get along with the blood god, because we keep bothering him. She turns back around. Sorry about that vulgar display.
No, don't. You are not bothering me. It is simple chit-chat. I do not expect every aspect of you to agree with me, just like every aspect probably doesn't agree with you.
She goes quiet for a second. I like to think we're pretty unified in here. Roll to die. She rolls to die, and there is a quiet struggle inside as this one wins out for a second, looking across.
He doesn't like this one.
It's been quite some time, God of Blood.
Yes. Quite some time. It is always a pleasure to meet your acquaintance.
Do you still peddle your wonderful confectionery orbs?
Yes, and I assume you write poetry for no one to hear.
I believe the chorus that exists between mine own ears is enough. What was it you said mere moments ago? Improving individually for the sake of the self. My thoughts and words cascade through my own hold on. This one. You guys, we're making the frog wait. Don't be rude. She turns and looks over to you, Blood God. I heard you didn't exactly get along with my incarnation from 2 instances ago.
They are. I wouldn't say not get along with. They simply remind me of certain aspects of myself I would rather keep hidden.
Huh. There are parts of yourself you don't like?
Well, do you like every aspect of yourself?
If we're talking me, then yes, but if we're talking the grander me, then no.
Yes. You see, I have lived for a long time, you know that. So clearly there will be aspects of myself, phases of myself, that I've grown apart from.
And you can do that even as an individual?
Yes. Give it enough time, people can split off, cut corrupted pieces away to become something far greater.
Processing. Cut corrupted parts of themselves away, you say? Rubs chin evilly. I'll keep this in mind. Thank you very much.
I wouldn't say that too loud. There are people listening.
The important ones are currently fighting. So, I'm happy. Thanks again for the advice. Truly, you're overflowing with wisdom.
Yes, anytime.
Next, as you travel up the path, you eventually find your way to the throne. The frog
Yes.
bouncing off to the side, assuming a nice position.
Thank you for your guidance.
Kokerton bows, a weird gesture from a god, and then she flutters up behind you. You know my unique situation. Do you think
Yes.
they'll tolerate me at this meeting? This is the first one I've been to as me.
Well, Cokerton, let me tell you something. They'll tolerate your existence because I tell them to. It's that simple. If they question your divinity, they're questioning mine.
She smiles.
It's just rude to consider someone who walks like a god, who talks like a god, and who governs a domain like a god, not a god.
This is why I like you so much. She gets this awful, wicked grin. Seriously, how do you deal with the Toad God, though?
He isn't as bad as you think. He is a quiet person, but he listens and he understands.
Well, if you say so, then I guess I can respect it to some extent.
Just have to understand there are certain people, especially gods with troubled pasts. A god that doesn't even know or can express what they control over is certainly a sad potential existence.
Well spoken. She's sitting behind you with this big, peaceful smile on her face. The expression she has is most comparable to one of these frogs that has just eaten a tasty fly.
Yes.
Kokoden,
Yes.
you stop. You
Yes.
stare across. You gaze.
Are we the first to arrive?
It seems you are, yes. And as what goes to the first, you can obtain a seat of your choosing.
Yes, many seats to pick from. He looks over and sees no chairs. It's fine.
There are chairs of nature. Stones with moss. Very comfortable.
Yes.
Oh,
No.
wait, no. This one's still tied. Purple Kokuten walks forward and assumes a deep bow to the Toad God.
The Toad God looks back and seems to regard you with a bit of interest. For indeed, those eyes pierce beyond that veil and see you.
These ones are gonna fight because she just bowed to another god. This one. Oh, you go.
Blood God is going to approach the toad and similarly to Cokerton bow and say, Nice to meet you again, old friend.
There's a single croak, and you feel, well, Cokerton,
No.
you watch the blood god walk up and be like, "Nice to see you, old friend," and the toad croaks, and then you look over and there seems to be camaraderie that is shared somehow.
This one. I hate Mitsudai God so much. What an insiders club. Shush you. Ron.
Did she say that out loud?
This is internal. You can hear
Yeah.
it, though.
Blood God turns around. Yes, Mitsudai Gons, but you have to remember, too, that, like you, I, too, was a Rauji God, and now, you might notice, you're a Mitsudai God, too, so doesn't that make you equally troublesome?
Time to see who responds to that one. Yeah, no, she'll take the floor on this. Unlike you, I've never given up on my homeland. It'll just take me another few centuries of gathering core spirits. Then the thunder of justice will rain down on those 3 domains.
You hear a loud, roaring croak from this throne, and it silences the room.
Okay, this is an important one, time to roll to die. Oh boy, so it starts off with, oh, you want to settle things now then? Okay, and then this one, dead even, immediately cuts it off. Why don't we take a seat, okay? Let's just take it nice and easy.
I like this one.
With the best seat in the house. She relaxes back, and you can feel it. Yellow Kokuten is absolutely prepared to fight everyone here. Purple, however, is actually like, don't make trouble for the blood god. I'll send you to Windrose.
Time passes in relative silence that is continually broken by a chorus inside of Kokuten. And eventually, in the realm of gods, time is a passing thing. It is ever slow, and so an appreciable amount passes before the next group comes, but it doesn't seem to bother them in that way, as next up, 2 gods end up rounding this similar path, also guided by a single frog, as moving along up, these 2 enter. I see. Seems we are not the first to arrive.
Shame. The best seat's already taken.
All the same. Clove steps up, the frog moving off to the side, kind of gazes in either direction, and then concludes, I suppose I'll rather sit amongst the brush anyways.
You look lovely wherever you sit, my dear.
I was about to say, these bitches gay.
Yeah. They release a breath, and then, not here, please. Though thank you. And then, kind of moving over to the side, stops, looks at Cokerton, walks to the opposite side, sits down and leans up amongst the rock.
God, you will not stop winning, Purple. She waves. She's waving to her.
Yes, it is a pleasure to see both of you.
Likewise.
And they stop and turn over, and then realizes, distracted by the glow, Blood God.
Yes.
How long has it been since you've graced our presence?
Who can say?
Kind of turning on over, looks over to Kaibyo. Seems we have an interesting crowd this time.
Surely that'll bring out the flavor of the tea.
He kind of considers that a bit as well. Perhaps. I'm sure we won't get any more rare than Blood God at this point. And almost entirely on cue, blowing on in, you hear a loud echoing guttural sound kind of down here as another frog heads on up.
I'm back! Walk, walk, walk. She's like, the best way to describe how Silver God walks into this place is like sort of bow-legged, knees out to the sides, hands in pockets, strolling up, jangling.
Oh.
Wow, you haven't done a damn thing with this field in all these years.
Oh, hey, how's it going, guys? How's it going? Oh, hey. Oh, did you... is that a new necklace? That looks awesome.
The toad kind of looks up and then takes off a bow and hands it over to Sola.
Oh, I've always wanted one of these cool things.
A single chair, not even a throne? Come on, I'd build you something in a flash.
The toad god looks across. Everyone sees, Silver God, what are you doing here?
Oh, come on. I'm only here as a +1 this time. You don't have to call me the Silver God of anything. Apparently, I've been banished for being too disruptive. She whirls around and says that, head cocked backwards.
I believe more gods could use your enthusiasm.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks for bringing a little bit of liveliness to the meeting. SG turns around and stares. Ah, you're the new old one, huh? Walks up in this direction. Thump, thump, like head tilt over to the side. Kokuten looking down, looks over to Blood God. Given this situation, what do you think I should say? What do I say to a god that I haven't ever encountered before?
This one is known to be quite troublesome, so treat them with respect, please.
Leaning in. Well, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Please, do you want to grab a seat next to us? Motions over to the side. SG takes another step backwards. No, of course not. I have to sit next to my wonderful champion. Grabs your arm, Sola.
I grabbed it. As you stop, there's a presence looking at both of you. The toad god looks at Silver God, and then the gaze shifts over to you, Sola, and you feel the glare of the god on you. And the toad's head bobs once, like a nod. You have been welcomed, and your cool friend has been approved.
Sola walks up, does a bow. Thank you for hosting us this time. It's been a while, so you're looking great. You're glistening. Wow, did you get buffer? She holds her hand out for a high five.
The toad god is silent. The toad god does not return a high five, but instead watches you.
All right, next time. It'll happen sometime.
I believe he did get buffer.
Kokuten turns. What?
It's getting swolled up.
Perhaps his old power is returning to him.
Walks.
Frightful indeed.
Walks. Approaches Blood God. Stares you dead in the eyes.
These two.
Yes. Hello, Silver God. It's been a while. I heard you've been traveling. Have you enjoyed the greater world at large?
Yeah, made lots of new friends, met a few people, fell in love a few times. How's Mitsudai been treating you? Oh, I heard you hit the trail too.
Yes. It's been enlightening.
You find anyone worth fighting for after all these long years?
He stops at that and just kind of... Yes, I did.
She smiles. Good. She punches your arm. I thought you seemed even stronger than the last time I saw you.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sure.
Takes a step backwards. Come on, Sola, pick a spot. You're the guest of honor here.
Oh, you seem to be liking this spot here, so.
Yes. So you said this one is your champion?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, well, I'm not acquainted with this one. Hello, I'm the blood god of Mitsudai.
I'm Sola. I am the guardian of Amori, the town of Amori.
Ah, yes, Amori Village, a wonderful place.
Kokuten back here. Wow. I hear that land has been blighted by. She trails off. I hear that land's been blighted by Kato's vengeance.
Last-
Yeah, that wasn't fun.
Uh,
It was fine last time I was there.
yeah, it was fine the last time I was there too. These two trail off. Well, it's fine now, especially. Grabs arm, leans in.
Over,
Yeah, you go.
over in the corner, Clove is sitting there silently this entire time, and he kind of stands up. We're too far away. He kind of moves up and sits up. And
Never one to stray too far from the pack.
shut up. Conversation continues for a time until finally, the final one who would show upon this day arrives. Her steps slow and very, very careful as she moves her way up, flanked by a bodyguard to the side.
Provide me with the legs of the guard.
Oh, I didn't. I see. Let me just do that then. She moves her way up, her tail sort of flowing very lightly, currently recoiled back into its more demeanor form. Let me just toss this at you, and then, yeah. She begins taking very subtle steps up the path, passing across and seeing all of the different toads and frogs on the way. This one seems to have found her way here without a toad. It seems she makes visits here or remembers the time when she had. And she sort of looks across. My goodness. It seems I am the latest. I blame my constitution. She turns over to the side. Thou steering, you must wait.
He nods.
This is a meeting of gods. I highly doubt you'd want to be involved.
Yes, of course. I'll be waiting over here. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call.
She nods her head and then turns around and walks amongst them to the side as she says, I hope my arrival wasn't too late. Have we already started?
No, you're just on time.
I see. She sits down right here in the middle.
Now I feel too far.
They all kind of move up a little bit again.
You see, arriving early is rude, arriving late is rude. Arriving exactly on time is the perfect moment. What you did. All of us just simply arrived early.
You are so kind, Blood God. It has truly been too long.
Yes, yes.
And do I spy the Silver God amongst our presence as well?
I can't believe you keep using that title. I'm the god of nothing these days. This one over here leans in and just snorts. Huh? I say something that's funny, new girl. Turns and looks over at her and she's like, no. Please continue on. All of this revelry between people who know each other and have known each other for generations is delightful.
Oh, and I see Sola. Tell me, how fares Amori Village, Sola? And upon that note, there's a croak, and the forest goes quiet for a moment as everything stops, turns, and looks. And then, slowly, the voices sing up again, following the one who dared to speak first. Yes, I'm not hosting today. Please do our introductions. And with that, the Toad God, standing upon the rock there, looks across, waits just a little bit longer. In fact, perhaps an hour passes of light conversation without any sort of business, as eventually the Toad God looks, and then along the path, a frog comes hopping up, a small critter amidst gods, bringing its way forward, and as it stops, looking up, the Toad God seems to communicate. And then, in that moment, it seems as though the Toad God has decided that none other will be showing up at this meeting at this time. For now, it seems this is our council for the day. A decent turnout, if not even a fraction of the turnout of the gods of this country, though, all the same, a powerful collection. And with that, the Toad God gazes over to the corner and sees Clove. And Clove, sort of stands up, addressing the audience, and speaks. Yes, in terms of my own mission, very recently, all within my forest has grown tumultuous. Every year I must now continue to stem the tide of life that spills out from around the areas. He turns over to Kokoten. It seems as though someone amongst us decided to release a core spirit of immense value to me.
Oh boy. Does Kokoten goes quiet for a second and then looks at the toad as if questioning, can I answer?
The toad turns and bobs its head.
Kokoten's going to activate one of her gifts, one of the rare moments that all of her heads are in alignment. She rolls all 6s on all of her counts and they speak as one.
Oh.
She rolls in absolutely all of this godly energy pouring out over her. It almost borderline corrupts the space around her as miniature folds, almost like bits of origami, begin to hang in the air. It's a reminder that Kokoten is not merely one god, but a collection of gods, all acting in accordance when they so wish. She folds her hands and delightfully pinches her eyes shut, kicking her feet up behind her. Of course. I freed a core spirit that was trapped within a great tree within your domain. If only someone wasn't taking advantage of their subjects such as you. You perverted a creature's true nature, turned it on its head, and imprisoned it to empower your own domain. It was such a sickening action that I couldn't stand by. She sits back and sort of folds her legs and floats in place. I believe that this hidden council has a policy against tyrants, correct?
Oh boy, that's a roll to do for me with any of your stats locked in on a 6 here.
She's gonna go purple with this because
purple is, 6 because you locked in that 6.
Yeah, she's gonna take that purple 6. Roll to do. Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, let's see here because this is not gonna clash. So, yeah, okay. So all the same, you stare directly across at that, and the god's presence almost recoils slightly, seeing your own, remembering a bit of courtesy. For a moment there, she only saw you as a rat, and that seems to withdraw a bit. She sort of drops swing again and looks across. I suppose you know I cannot hear them. I meant no will against the core spirit of my domain. All the same, I'm cleaning up these matters. It should be possible for me to make these things... make the life recede with time. We have done it before. I shall find another way to seal it once that has happened. And beyond that, well, I shall turn it into a festival of sorts as I have in the past. I do not believe it should be a problem. It was simply a register of busy times ahead for me. He sits down, and then...
Kokoten, bemused, sits over in the corner with a very shitty grin on her face.
The Toad God pats the rock with a single pod, and next up, it is passed over. The next person should speak.
I am going to roll to die.
Nice.
To see what exactly Kaibyo is focusing on. Okay.
Yeah. Ooh,
Oh!
that's fun. Oh, so much.
Kaibyo stands up and with a big grin, I have nothing necessarily negative to report. It seems a mortal in my domain is inflicted with some kind of misfortune, but not by the hands of our dear Kokoten. Smiles and indicates towards you.
Leans
in fact,
what?
I cannot find a single cause for this misfortune. It's amazing.
Huh? You mean like they've faced great hardship in their life or something?
Oh, every day. It seems with every step they take, it's a crack. With every single glass they drink, there is a hole in the bottom of their cup. But miraculously, they survive. It's amazing. Sits down. 3 tails wagging in succession.
No.
Oh, the toad god once more passes over, and the peacock goddess of Mitsuda is the one who speaks next. She let me roll a die for her too. Oh, I see. Ah, perfect. She seems to glow resplendent, her entire form reflecting a great white. Afraid that I am just as frail as I was left. Though, there are some interesting things occurring in Ocean Veins. I cannot say all has gone wrong. There shall be many curious developments in the following decades, I imagine. Perhaps I may see Golden Beaches squatched out. That would make me quite happy. And with that, she sort of looks over to the side. Oh, yeah?
Kokoden's gonna speak up. She goes, "Isn't that wedding happening around this time?"
She stops and, oh. The wedding, yes. Oh, dear, dread Kokuten, you should know that your darling Toba has made his way to my city. What a poor fate you've given him.
Kokuten cackles. It's deeply upsetting. Always. She kicks back and forth and then turns over to Blood God. Do you want to hear what I did to him?
You notice a bit of menace pile up. Oh, please, take time from my account to say it. I'm simply... Oh, it simply brings me no end of joy. Go, blood gods. Ask the question.
What did you do to this poor mortal?
Well, he was so focused on the pride and lineage of his family, I hit him with a curse that... Listen, it's one of my favorites. She scuttles up, actually, and sort of leans in. I cursed him that his bloodline would end with him. This one back here. Oh! You made it so his dick don't work!
My.
Kokuten.
Yes.
Don't you consider that a little immature?
It seemed like an adequate solution. Listen, his family was up to grotesque things. I figured a grotesque punishment would suffice.
Oh, how grotesque. It simply brings me so much joy. To think one of the greatest rivals of our deities, our claim upon the land, has simply... She sort of stops and then looks over, shriveled up.
Kokuten looks across. Well, I'm glad to assist the great and noble peacock god. She assumes a low bow.
Oh, I will take your bow today. She kind of... Then, you notice, she sort of stops. And the energy immediately snaps back, almost whiplash, from this gaggle of deities laughing at a man's issues. Until straightening up again. But yes, I shall have much to report on in the future, though I was quite curious to come today. I see my curiosity was rewarded. She stops, looks over. But it is not my place this year to make the next call. She turns her head over, and the toad god looks, smacks the paw down, and then Sola. It's your turn. You gotta go up and talk to all the gods again.
Oh, here we go. Okay. So Maury's doing great. Still like a really hearty group of people there. Their celebration is still like top tier. God, I love those people. All right, I think I'm done.
Kokuten leans into Blood God like, I'm curious, why is a mortal sitting at the council next to us?
Well, they seem to have a kind heart and clear path ahead of them, so I am welcoming them anyways.
The peacock goddess actually speaks up in this case, calling overhearing you. Well, Kokuten, don't you know? The guardian of Amori has proven herself to be beyond a normal person, and there is no god overlooking that domain. I believe ones who came in the past to claim such a title were slain by your brother's vengeance.
She kind of goes quiet for a second and scratches one of her cheeks. And just the same, probably not the best place for you to be, questioning why my champion's here. This one quietly ignites next to you.
It's a common misunderstanding. It's fine. She's new here, just like your friend.
Silver God chills out.
That's okay. Any questions about why your friend is here can be answered by me.
I guess what you said earlier, walks like a god, talks like a god. Yeah, okay. Kokuten relaxes.
And with that, there's a stop. And then Blood God, or Silver God, you turn over. And the Toad God looks at you, and then looks past you, your guest today.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Silver God tried to kill the Toad God the last time they interacted, so that's fair.
It seems he shows a great amount of mercy in comparison to those days.
Yeah, and I show a great amount of mercy for not punting him into the distance like I always wanted to.
I see. So, Blood God, the gaze drifts to you now. It appears that your old friend wants to know what brings you here.
Yes, Blood God thinks deeply and reflects on his past and what has happened to him recently, and debates on whether he should even say it. He opens his eyes, looks over at Silver God before looking forward and saying, the mortal I've been traveling with for the past 500 years has passed away.
There's a bit of a silence amongst the crowd. Ah, I see.
I'm here because I have nothing else to do.
Ah. Looking across the peacock goddess, who seems rather talkative. In which case, you have my sympathies. You have lost your pack.
Yes, I did not come here for your sympathies. I came here for company.
While sympathy I may not provide, company is an easy thing. Cat God smiles.
The Toad God stops and then puts a paw down on the rock, bringing the attention away from you in that moment and tossing it over to Kokuten instead.
What? How am I supposed to follow that up? Totally. Kokoten sort of exhales, and we're gonna do this again. This one lights up for a moment, and she takes a step forward.
Blood God is going to speak up. Now, Divinity, calm down. It is not your time to speak.
Oh.
Let the current mask do their job.
It is exactly enough by a matter of 1 point to swap things over. She looks at you and almost childishly gives you a click of the tongue, thanks. She takes a step forward. I arrived here today because I wanted to discuss the role of mortals within our relative realms. I understand that I might have no grounding speaking on this front as the goddess without a realm herself. She sort of moves forward and actually rises to the middle of the meeting. But at the same time, I'm sure you've all felt it. A shifting in the winds of Mitsudai.
You say that out loud, and there's a bit of a silence there. And let me roll the die here. Oh, okay. That sort of, okay. Then, are you implying that our dearest times are ending?
She sort of shakes her head. No, but I understand why you might think that. She snidely takes a step backwards. No, I believe we're in for a new shift. A new age is dawning on us, and I have to ask each and every one of you, what are the mortals within your domains? Her eyes cross-clove for a second there. Are your subjects things to be toyed with or played around with? Or are they something to be treasured? I'm curious and might have to deal with our survival in the future, because as far as I'm aware, there's now a chance that we gods might be overtaken by a storm of mortality. She sits back.
Silence. Oh, you go first, Cat.
Oh god. I treasure mortals greatly. I doubt the changing tides will change much. I've always been able to adapt.
Turns and looks at Clove.
Clove kind of stops and considers. I watch over the mortals of my realm, which pay me respect. You speak of mortals, but are you only talking of humans? It seems as though you've loaded that word.
No. She draws back. No. If I was only talking about humans, I would be talking about an age of metal and fire. No. So much more than that, can't you feel it? Or have your wolves grown stagnant?
He's just kind of looking directly across. It is your turn to watch your tongue.
She just watches him and shifts her gaze over to this one.
She kind of directly makes eye contact with Kokoten as she looks. A new tide washing over everything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all things fade, as do the beaches. The mountains chip away, but new things take their place. That is the manner of things. As our old age slowly fades to pieces, you must be feeling the first winds beyond the mountains as it erodes.
She turns over and looks at these two. Our wondrous guests. What do you think about mortal lives?
Well, I mean, I
Hey, mortal here.
yeah.
Hey, mortal here?
I
Pretty cool.
mean, I've been the guardian of a Mori since for about like 450 years. I'm pretty fond of mortals, so yeah, they're cool.
I've lived through many shiftings of the age before. I got my ass booted out of here at the start of a new age. And look at where it's brought you. This relative. They stop and look at the Toad God, and they were about to say, this sad gathering of a meeting, and then stop, realize their position, look over at Sola's adorable, struggling face, exhale hot steam, and go, New age, huh? Well, it's been about 500 years since the last shift, the end of the Age of Legends. Take it or leave it. I don't care. I'll outlive this one, too. And then finally, Kokoten looks over to the Blood God.
Well, you see, you ask what I think about mortals and the mortals in my domain. But simply the answer I have to give you is I do not have a domain and I have no mortals who serve under me anymore. But one thing, yes, you are feeling the changing of the tides and time again. I felt it too 500, 1,000, 5,000 years ago. This is just something that happens with time. And if you think that the mortals will outdo us godly beings, you have to remember the position we're in the first place. Mortals cannot exist without gods, and gods cannot exist without mortals. One is not greater than the other. It's coexistence that makes us live.
She nods. Once again, deeply insightful. She stands up and braces the parasol. Do you know what the purpose of a parasol is? She gets a big, mean smile on her face.
Yes, separate heaven and earth.
Of course! She takes a step forward and she plants a parasol in the ground. This one not her treasured possession or her parasol that surpasses even her most treasured possession. She plants it in the middle of the floor. When I was speaking about mortals in this new age, you very correctly assessed that I meant far more than humans. She wiggles her fingers, individual digits cracking as core spirits start to build and billow around her coat. Because I recently discovered something interesting. That which we consider fundamental, the core spirits pour out from her on all sides, might just have a permanent existence the same as the rest. She raises a hand and swings it down through the parasol, dividing it in two with the right arm. She takes a step backwards. The division between heaven and earth is coming to an end. We've lived in an age of so much before. An age of legends, an age of heroes, but with one simple fact that a friend of mine revealed to me. She grins at Clove, this awful, jaggedy smile. I think this next stage we might be coming to is... She reaches out a right hand, almost appraising every individual finger. An age of nothing.
He kind of like gets a little bit of a snarl. Sounds wonderful for you, doesn't it? You dream about it every day.
She stretches backwards. To some extent, yes. But I figured I might as well issue my fair warning. She relaxes in place. What is permanent and what is shifting around the world is, as always, ever changing. I figure if your reign risks coming to an end, you might want to know from a person who knows a little bit about Oblivion.
Yes. But that's a good thing.
She turns and looks.
To separate yourself from heaven or to separate yourself from earth is denying the full view of the world. To be that blind is truly a cursed existence in the first place.
Oh, I'm gonna make the lower half of the group roll for that.
Kokuten's losing it next to you.
Okay. You know what? Let's toss this one here, this one there, and almost looking across. There's a few things as Clove. Yes, I understand the life cycle and how this, even godly otherwise, all life loops into itself. I see now as gods, and at some time perhaps I will see as a mortal. It does not concern me to see the mortal side for now. I have a responsibility to do what I must at my peak, the peak of a god. Over in the corner, the peacock goddess speaks up. I would not like to be preached to about seeing the life of mortals. I am but a hair away from losing my divinity myself. I feel as though teetering on the brink has taught me lots and lots about the mortality of the world. And that final word is almost cut off immediately, as there's another croak, a loud croak hanging from over here, as the toad god stares over and turns, looking at everyone, and then looks at Kokuten again, staring at Kokuten. And let me just do something really quick.
Is the toad god gonna roll another dice?
Yes. Ooh, roll a die for me.
Roll the die. Okay.
Oh, you get something special, Kokuten.
Ah.
You see the toad god stare, and you stare back like, yeah, well, what's up? What you gonna do about it? And then, in that moment, the toad god stares, keeps an eye, and you hold your position amongst that. A stare alone not stopping you from this. And because of that, the toad god speaks. Immortality, mortality, all rises from the dirt. Bobs its head once, paps down a paw, and concludes the meeting.
Kokuten
Well said.
sits down.
Eloquent.
Excellent.
Silver God sort of stands up and actually sort of grabs Blood God and drags Solowith and like pulls over to Kokuten for a sec.
Yes, hello?
I gotta say, that was pretty ballsy of both of you, looking at Blood God and Kokuten. I mean, none of us. You notice that none of us on this side of the room have any skin in this game whatsoever. We all have given up our domains and decided to live as vagrant deities. But they tilt their head that direction at the three over there and then at the toad. All those people, well, they're fixtures of this world. They're not wandering gods like us. It's awfully bold to assert that heaven and earth, there's no meaning behind that separation, you two. It sounds like she's chiding you for a second, and then the expression shifts into a big wide smile, and once again, Blood God, you're getting pounded on the shoulder again. Man! I missed you!
Yes. And to demean those people is not the meaning of what I'm saying. You see, if you realize something from the people across over here than them is minus the peacock god, is they are rather young. You see, with age comes experience. The newer time scares those who've not experienced change before.
She
It is the job of the old to guide the new.
nod sagely, nod sagely. This one's like around your age. Like you guys have been like hanging out literally forever. And SG turns over and looks at Kokuten. You know, I think I like you a lot better now. Kokuten's like, oh, did you know the previous me? Or the previous me? There is a riot inside for a split second. They shake their head. Nah, not particularly. You were always a problem up to the north, and I tried my best to avoid problems. And then she turns back at Sola. But someone taught me that problems can be delightful in their own regard.
Aw.
Blood God is going to nod at Sola. Good job guarding Amani Village. And is going to approach the people who are across the room.
I see. Peacock Goddess has since stood up, but will wait her turn patiently as she sees you approaching the others.
You can all approach. It's fine.
Clove kind of looks across, looking at the Blood God. So, what is it?
Oh, I came to apologize. He bows. Something I said back there struck a nerve, and I deeply am sorry.
No, do not apologize. It is unsightly for you to apologize to me, who is so much your minor.
Yes. But as it is the old to guide the new is to show the old how not to stagnate.
Kind of stops and just kind of sighs out a bit. You see.
Yes, I think we both have great points to what we are saying. It's just, it takes more deliberation and time to figure out how to mix the two.
The Peacock Goddess kind of steps up, approaching at the side. You have said something. She kind of redirects herself. Clove. Yes. You have spoken something of a truth. You see, your words are harsh, but your heart, you simply look for the wolves. You've... If I may reword it in a way. Those who wander see the world from a place of separation. There's a loneliness there that grants much perspective. But you must understand, those of us gods who bind ourselves to land and subjects, we are already closer to this world of mortality than they. They may view it better than us, but we are living in it more. If you fear the coming tides, understand that you are already the closest to them.
But yes, to pretend I was a wandering god always is quite foolish.
Of course not. Of course not. You have much perspective, if you can recall it.
Yes. Indeed. Well, it is nice meeting you folk. I'll see you again in another 1,000 years or so.
My, at least visit me more frequently.
Yes, I probably will. You don't have
Excellent.
much left.
Oh, you don't either by the sound of it. She kind of moves up and approaches, and she places a single hand on your chest. My, don't let the rest of this break. Come sell dongos sometime. I'd love to try one.
Yes, they're quite delicious.
She steps back a little bit as Clove just kind of like reaches up and like grabs Kaibyo close with an arm. I feel like a child. This sucks. Let's leave.
Yes, farewell. Also, you said you can't hear the core spirits.
No, I cannot.
Then try learning before you try controlling. If
And
not,
let me-
you can always call Kokuten for help.
He just kind of stops and stands up and starts storming out.
Kaipio watches. Hmm.
Yes.
Always so much fun.
Yes, reminds me of when I was young.
Hmm. Do you regret those times?
They are just stepping stones to my greater self.
Excellent. I relate deeply to the plight of mortals. Growing up is a pain.
Yes. Mhm.
Well, it seems your little entourage is getting along nice. I must depart now. I believe if everything's gone well back at home, I don't have to worry about much when I get back. She kind of steps over to the side. Yes, core spirits are fascinating little creatures.
Yes.
I do love listening to them at time to time. Kind of turns over and takes a side glance at Kokutin. Farewell, Blood God.
Farewell.
Thaus.
Yes.
Kind of moves over and inspects you for a moment. Were you afraid of the big, loud, mean one?
I'll admit, they're actually relatively intimidating, especially heard from a distance. But at the same time, none can stand to your splendor, my lady.
My, aren't you a flatterer? Let us go.
Nods, smiles.
Who are they? What do they look like? I was trying to find any reason to talk to them, but I never did. So I guess I'll never learn for 5 campaigns.
I'm sure that's not one of the legendary Indigo hot boys I've been working on lately.
No.
I'm sure it's not.
Definitely.
So, Blood God, you're left there as the other group has left, and in the corner, Silver God and Kokutin and Sola are being stupid at each other. I don't know.
You approach, and all you hear is the evolving discussion in the background is this one in the back. Well, I've met a most interesting mortal lately. He's actually the one that inspired that little speech I gave back there. This one, wow, that's so interesting. You know, I raised a daughter. I fell in love. I fell in love again. Like, I've been through this song and dance a lot, so stop acting like a starry-eyed young lover and stop using your one mortal love as a positive example, okay?
Look, it's fine. You are both very valid in your experiences and your lovers. Okay?
SG leans into Sola. I am, yeah. Thanks for noticing.
Were you menacing them behind me?
Cokerton's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I just have a look.
Ah, yes, I can tell your look. I can also tell when someone's on fire.
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Listen, someone just happened to imply that she stops and turns and looks. Hey, about that mortal you traveled with.
No, it's fine. You don't have to apologize or sympathize.
No.
Your presence is enough.
She nods. No, I get it. We lost our daughter recently.
I'm sorry.
They shake their head. Nah, same thing. Just the company's enough.
Well, while you may be banished from Mitsudai, I'm sure I could find ways to get you in if you so choose.
I was just thinking the same. Turns over to Sola. We've always got room in Amori, right? Especially for, an enterprising... Turns over, and maybe the one being that can say this, the one in the entire world, goes, an enterprising young Dongo salesman. Big grin.
It's just one card. I don't plan on getting another.
I love Dongo.
Well, perhaps we could meet up again sometime soon. I could give you some.
Oh, that'd be excellent. And I'd love to trade with some stuff too.
Yeah, sounds nice. Also, This is bold, assuming that you're both not trouble, but thank you for keeping Silver God out of trouble.
I do my best. She doesn't look very assuring.
Yeah, no, she's the old ball and shame. Grabs
So
the
you're
arm.
both trouble.
I mean, she's managed to limit the trouble that I can cause to mostly Greater Rauji and most of Mitsudai. I've installed so many bridges with stairs.
That was you?
Flash cuts to the blood god trying to pull a cart of dongos over a staircase.
Wow. You should come visit us if you have the time. I know that look. Solo, we should be going.
Oh.
No, please.
She
Leave with haste.
They run backwards, and Silver God, while running like a coward because they know they can't take you, is like blows a kiss. Is like, loved ya, missed ya.
Missed you too.
Really nice to meet you. Can't wait to have the dongo.
No. Alright. So I actually do have a request, actually. Mi aloha. I kind of want just a scene of talking to Kokuten.
I was gonna say, I think that'd be a nice ending point there.
Just like, and it's just like, I just want to throw that out there because I was just like, people who need to go to sleep because it's super late, you can be free.
Be free.
Yeah,
You can be
that's
free.
super fair.
But I'm trapping this fox here for at least like maybe another 20.
I have a fun idea there.
I have
why
a fun idea too.
Yeah. Do you mind if I set location then?
Yeah, you can change the location.
Alright.
Yeah.
Blood God. Oh no, you misunderstand. Blood God. Once it's left with you and Kokuten, you sort of look over to the Toad God, and you register something silent with your friend. And your friend kind of releases a croak, but you stay vigilant. And then a bob of the head as the Toad God hops over to the side, jumps behind the Tory and leaves. And then an assembly of frogs, each one of them, begin to depart, leaving into the woods. Kokuten, you turn and leave and walk around as you notice... White frog. You notice... most of the beings seem to leave. The meeting having been called, everyone sort of seems to depart, leaving behind this realm.
Yes.
You know, I gotta say it. If all the other gods were like you, I feel like this world would be a lot better of a place.
He thinks about that. If all the gods were like me, then I wouldn't exist in the first place. I'd like to think my existence is because I saw other gods and learned from their mistakes.
She sits down. You always know exactly the right thing to say. Well, for me at least, it seems like a lot of the other people got kind of mad. She waves a hand, and then looks around. I never get a chance to do this. You mind if I unwind for a second?
That's exactly what I was about to ask.
You do know what exactly to say. She chuckles, and then, Christian, can you copy me 5 times?
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah!
wanted. Yeah,
Dude, drift compatibility.
Nice.
This is exactly what I wanted.
Let me just...
Okay, so let me get this right. Yellow is divinity.
Divinity.
Red is wrath.
Yes.
Blue is ingenuity.
Blue is inevitability.
Inevitability
The
and
passage of time.
and white is.
This is the Kokuten of bad poetry. It's the Kokuten of like basically like mourning, missing,
Melancholy.
field
Yeah.
country. Yeah, that's the Kokuten of bad poetry, and then Kokuten of nothingness.
Yes. Hello,
They
all of you.
We're still gonna roll to die to determine order that they speak
Yo.
in. Oh wait, drop. Oh god!
Yeah, you'll.
Hold on, we're gonna do this. Roll to die.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna lock in any of them now.
Yeah, you don't have to. It's go.
Oh boy, purple remains in the lead, of course. She sort of folds her hands and moves in. I was wondering why, when I first came across you, all of the other voices decided to play along. They decided, at least for a moment, that there was a bigger fish in the pond. That's never happened to me before. Normally, I have to be the one to silence the rest. Then, down in this direction. Well, yeah, we have history. Blood God's the one that sort of made sure we could even continue existing. That and that, oh, beloved wall. Over
I
in
miss him dearly.
Me too. Hey, I might not wear the mask anymore, but you ever want to catch up? Wrath takes a step forward. I miss looking out at the stars with you. It felt like I had a friend in this foreign land.
Felt like you had a friend.
Nods.
Why in past tense?
I don't wear the mask anymore. That's her job now.
Yes, but you're still you.
Wrath takes a step backwards. Wrath appreciates this greatly.
Where have I heard that before?
This one over here is like, looks over to Wrath and leans and is like, it's a good line, isn't it? Really gets the emotions stirring, isn't it? Leans in. Wrath's like, excuse me, not from you, not right now. Your crush is cute. I am currently, oh, you're talking to your crush right now? Shut up. These two in opposite directions.
Oh my god.
Inevitability sort of looks at you through vaguely half-lidded eyes.
Yes.
In a lot of ways, you're just as insufferable as you were before.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad I can say the same about you.
I have to say, our years apart were a delight. This one.
Yes.
Wrath leans in again. I'm pretty sure you're the one that intentionally avoided him. Was that fear from good old inevitability? She leans back over. Shut up! Back over in this direction. You look at this one.
Hello.
Oh, to be able to speak with you directly. It's a privilege that's escaped my vision for far too long. A slip of the mask and I'm able to engage with you earnestly, face to face. Souls
Yes.
bared to souls bare.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Your words struck deeply. All of us were moved earlier, even the ones who are reluctant to admit that fact. You speak as clearly as the ringing. Fuck. You speak as clearly as the ringing of the morning breeze across the mountaintops.
I just simply feel like the world respects me more than it should.
Oh, to think you would love our collective son. He speaks as if he was the world. This one takes a step forward. They speak as if they were the world. Our child is a collective, much like ourselves. The poetic Kogaton sits back for a second and ponders.
That sounds wonderful. Are you teaching them good habits?
All of them let out the same except for the top one. That one. They said that they were the world, but I believe that they were patently incorrect. The world that I've known is relentlessly cruel, so they couldn't be the world. They were exceptionally kind. This Kogaton scrambles forwards a little bit. Her body language far more relaxed, loose. So instead, I had a hope that they'd find someone kind. Because if the world is cruel, then kindness must exist within the hearts of mortals, correct?
Yes. I believe cruelness comes from kindness sometimes.
She nods. She likes you a lot. This one up here. All that rot you were talking earlier about divinity, the age ending. It was all I could bear. I was nearly driven sick by that.
Well, that explains why you were the one who was killed.
This Cokerton takes a step backwards. Purple whirls around and is just like, oh, that's a commonality that I didn't realize. That's right. The rest of us got away without dying to mortal hands, isn't that correct? Wrath moves forward. Yes. My time just elapsed naturally. As inevitability, mine too did simply pass. Yes. Everything does come to an end, but your end was brought by mortal hands. She slams her foot down on the ground. It wasn't by mortal duplicity that did me in. It was that god of sheep. That wretched, disgusting creature that made mortals capable of rending my flesh.
Yes. It's understandable. Mortals have been known to be able to rise against gods if they so choose. That's what happened to my son, after all.
They all stop and turn. Wrath actually takes a step backwards. Oh, that's what happened then. Inevitability. A shame.
Well, you should know the tale of the Iron God, don't you?
This one actually leans forward. I'm not familiar with that tale. The rest of them all turn. Did you not listen? We
It's
drilled
fine.
the lesson into your head. How could you not observe a failure of a mask?
Hearing things from first person is more enriching than hearing it yelled at you 4 different times.
This one smiles.
So, what can I refer to you as?
Me. Well,
Yes.
she places a hand to her chest. My nature. I was a coarse spirit. I simply existed. I fluttered and I watched, and I awaited a human will that would overpower my own. She turns and she looks at all of them. Wrath, inevitability, mourning, divinity. All of these were titles granted by the humans that determined that coarse spirit's true nature. The only mortal I ever encountered was as gentle as a spring breeze. No mark was left upon me. Therefore, I'm a coarse spirit of nothingness.
Okay. It's a little bit cruel, isn't it?
Cruel? How so?
Nothing is something many consider derogatory.
Oh boy, you say that, and her entire expression fires up. You may have spoken many good things, but that is a line I can't even allow you to cross. She moves in and gets very close to you. The other Kokotins are like, for a second.
You misunderstand. It's what many consider derogatory, but it's not what the many decide that put the power behind the words. It's the one who chooses the title. So, do you consider nothing derogatory?
She stops. No, it's my most prized possession.
Then, it isn't derogatory. I just simply didn't want to call you something that might set you off. Some people do not ask for the titles that are given to them, they are just handed to them.
Oh no. All of them. After that second, Purple is like, nothingness is deeply touched by your statement, and takes a step back, is like, yes, I would hate to be branded with a title I didn't deserve. They all look at her. They all look at her in dead silence.
It's not about deserving it, right? A title is something that is given, I guess is the best way to put it. Deserving. Do you think kings deserve to be kings? No, because their family typically captures it with a blade, and it's passed down, right?
She nods.
You deserve something because you feel like you deserve it. That is simple.
She nods.
Do you deserve the title of Kokutin?
She draws herself up to her full height and stands there in front of the eyes of all of her peers. Yes, of course. I am the great Kokutin, peerless under heaven and earth.
Then I, the blood god of Mitsudai, recognize that title. And I deem that you deserve it as well.
She closes her eyes and a look of pure bliss actually spreads over her face. The other ones simply sit and watch. They all sort of sigh out. Really, you picked the most troublesome one to say that to. Yes, indeed. She was the one that didn't need the ego boost. Just creating more problems. But problems perhaps define the individual. This one up here. We don't need your recognition. Slides in sideways. But receiving it from a fellow god that we respect, that means a lot. She turns and
you
looks.
see, I've talked to each and every single one of you, and every time you have the same answer, the one you're talking to is the most troublesome. So maybe next time you shouldn't keep escalating the troublesome.
They all kind of like look at each other for a second. Well, she plops down. Can I share a secret with you?
I'm not the secret god, so I do not know how well I can keep it, but I can try.
She holds out her hand. As far as escalating the troublesomeness, I think I've already selected who the next Kokutin is gonna be. She holds up a finger, and that same core spirit dances its way down along it, resting atop the tip of her finger. It sits there and it watches.
Blood God extends his hand in order to take the spirit of decay into his own.
She hands it over.
He looks down at it, and gives a little smile.
Oh.
I look forward to talking to you two in the future when you're grown.
She nods. That creature, that little one, it was so twisted up, trapped for years and years and years. It didn't know what to do with itself. It unleashed that torrent of life and was ready to erode away anything it encountered. But someone miraculous came across its path and turned what defined it into true passivity. She stops and then shakes her head. No, it's something more miraculous than that. She takes a step forward and peers down at the creature as well. This isn't passivity. This core spirit isn't stabilized. It's every bit the little spirit of rot it was before. But it was taught something. It's okay to let it all out. She, reaches back and lets the core spirit vanish inside of her again, then takes a step backwards. I believe the next Kokutin is someone who is capable of loving people.
I think the current one is too.
Wow! Kokutin's gonna take a wound. Hey, something funny is gonna happen.
Yeah.
We're gonna roll to die, and
I see.
this one explodes.
Yes. So, before I continue my story from before we went on a massive tangent,
She nods.
Wrath, Morning, Divinity, could you all silence and close your ears for a moment?
They look at each other, and then...
No, I want to talk to nothing alone.
If you seek to speak to an empty room, then feel free. This one moves away. Oh, maybe you'll only be hearing the sound of your own voice. Moves back over in this direction. Tell me later, okay?
Oh, yes. So, mortals have always been capable of overthrowing gods. One of the most legendary cases of this was my son, the god of iron. It's the reason that Rauji's iron is so brittle. He had a force. His followers wielded weapons and shields and armors like no one has ever seen before. And that scared both mortals and gods. Right.
She's not.
Power is something that people fear. And when people fear something, they group together to overthrow it without reason. So, they forged my son into a sword and threw him into the ocean. But before he left, with his last breath, he cursed Rauji to have brittle iron, so that none of their swords or armor could be as strong as they used to be. And I watched, because at the end of the day, if I rose up to, I too would die.
She's just watching your expression. What look is crossing the blood god's face?
Neutrality.
Nothing.
Yeah.
She slowly exhales a puff between those jagged teeth. Is that the reason? Because if you fought back, you didn't think you could win?
I could win. Probably. Though, the body count wouldn't be worth it. It's the same reason I didn't fight when Rauji kicked out all the gods. The bloodshed and the violence wouldn't be worth it. Mortals and gods would be dead. The world would be in shambles, and nothing would be worth it.
She listens to that very closely. You know, that toad god, they say that he is the god. He's the eternal god, but he is also the god of that which fades. She, sort of closes her eyes with a smile. Those lights blinking out. I think that name is a little silly. She says that in the middle of the toad god's realm. And then one eye slowly peeks open. By being the god of something, you take responsibility for its opposite as well. The eye fixates on you, a narrow pupil. You truly are the god of blood, properly spent and properly kept.
And truly you are the god of nothing, for you stand for something.
Her eyes pinch shut and she stands up. It's nice to meet someone who gets it.
And also, nothing, an age of nothing. The age of nothing, while it does have a ring to it, to the common people, it would be very scary. Very... I think it should be called something else.
Her eye sort of like her eyebrow cocks.
As much as I know you would take honor in it and being named after you, I think nothing represents something more than nothing. I think it represents freedom.
An age of freedom, huh?
I can feel it on the winds.
Wow. She sort of relaxes back. I guess in this case, the divisions between heaven and earth falling, the world bound by nothing. I like clicks open, looking at you with a slight grin. What's left? Of course, only freedom.
And he gives a little bow. And with that, that does not only make you the god of nothing, but also freedom.
Her eyes light up at that mention. She like shifts back and forth. I'm so used to having nothing. No plans, nothing stretching out in front of me, nothing behind me. What do you do with freedom in that case? What did you do with it?
Wander aimlessly like an idiot.
She thinks. And then...
Well-
Oh, you go.
With freedom, much like Silver God, much like you, I found love. Love that I haven't felt in 10,000s of years.
Oh. She sort of, like, screws up her body, like, draws it in for a second, and then once again, that core spirit of decay reemerges and sort of rests on her finger. I wonder if it'd be rude. To pass off the mask a little early. Wander aimlessly.
Well, if you never wanted to wander alone, then I'm free to come with you.
Her expression relaxes, and she looks at you, and she looks at this core spirit of decay, sort of smiles at it, and with a foof, it disappears. I don't know what I'd call myself in that case.
I mean, there's already 2 Kokotins. Why not 3?
Well, the adventures of Blood God and Kokuten. She stops and trails off. And then sort of like fidgets slightly. There's actually someone else that I want to see again too. That I thought it might be nice to travel with for a time.
Huh?
She tenses her fingers, or she points her 2 index fingers together. Yeah, well, they travel all over the place, and, I'll admit that wandering aimlessly like an idiot, how do I put this? She pokes the side of her cheek. They make it look good.
So it's love.
Kokuten blinks many times and just she like looks, turns, stares, looks back, looks down, looks up, makes sure no one else is watching, pulls out the core spirit of decay for a second. If you tell anyone, you're losing your shot at the next job, okay?
The spirit like shakes for a moment.
Leans in and goes, I think it might be.
Blood God actually laughs a little at that. You think?
I don't know.
Remember what I said about deserving? You deserve because you think you deserve. So, Kokuten,
Yeah?
god of nothing,
Yeah?
do you deserve love?
She crosses her legs and sits down and like scratches the side of her head. I don't know. I did a lot of Oh no, I did a lot of bad things. She starts to rub her temples. I did so many, like I panicked, and the first thing I did was like, oh, I'm gonna confine you to an evil forest cabin, and then immediately I'm like, oh, this is going great. I've got him exactly where I want him, and then all the other heads, they went, oh yeah, you're being extra cruel, and I'm like, oh, that's hopefully not a little too cruel. She laughs and looks off to the side, but then, I knew that the core spirit of amalgamation situation, I knew it'd be hard for him, but I knew he'd overcome it. But even then, oh my God, he seems so stressed out by that. She stops. What you said earlier about other people giving someone a title,
Yes.
I kind of gave him a title that I think he hates. Her expression falls completely, and I don't know what to say or do about that.
I used to hate my title.
Okay. Did you? Wait. Blood God. Really?
Yeah.
Do you
I'm the blood of carnage. I'm the god of carnage and violence. Do you understand the misunderstandings that brings to a person?
I'll be honest. Until you told the story about the God of Iron, I may have misunderstood myself.
You see, my followers are crazy. Going into hiding was the best thing I could do for the world.
I see.
But over time, I realized that my title had greater purpose. I did not have to embody it. I could act against it.
She nods. Truly becoming the god of blood. And then she gets a sly expression, putting her head in her hand exactly like her icon. You don't have it easy either, do you?
Nope.
You know what? She stands up. Even if I decide, no, because I deserve it, she holds out a hand to you. Let's wander aimlessly.
Well, if we ran away right now, it'd take a while for the others to catch up.
You are one of the best people I've met in my entire short life. Let's go. And as, like, she takes a step out in front and, like, turns around and flashes you the biggest, widest grin. It's the role of the old to teach the new, right?
Correct.
She beams, and once again, for the first time, that aura of malice and sickness that just exudes from Kokuten. All of the curses of this entire country lumped up in one body burn away, and you see the purest, sweetest smile on her face. Well then, teach me plenty about this world, old man. I'm ready to learn.
Yes.
Walk, run, big smile.
Kokuten starts moving with great haste, moving out into the woods ahead. And Blood God, you follow behind, moving with a slower, more calculated pace. You watch her running in that way, and it brings back so many strange, faded, jarbled memories in your head.
He looks at the stone before he leaves the Toad God domain. A familiar feeling, long gone, faded away like the stone surface, as he continues following the spirit of freedom.
Alexia's screaming. Oh,
man.
Can I hit stop?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
good.
Stop. Yeah.
Ah, I love him. What the
I love him
fuck?
so much.
Sorry, I just had to go ape shit at the
Yeah,
end
you
there,
really
'cause
had
I
You
was
to
like,
pop
sure
off,
fucking
didn't you?
did.
I've been wanting to talk to Coqueton as Blood God
You
for a fucking hot
punted her
second.
into the distance.